Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the second day of the virtual hydrogen show. The first day was full of emotions and extremely interesting panels, during which we found out about programs for development of hydrogen, about generation methods other than electrolyzers, about the safety conditions, legal issues, legal framework, and all these important matters brought us into this topic. This is a very important event in our sector. Each panel is watched by a minimum of 70 people and about 94 persons in the peak time, let alone the YouTube transmission. So I'm very happy, we are very happy about that. Today we have the next block of topics connected with the hydrogen economy management, and at 9 o'clock, 10 past 9, we are going to start moving H2, so storage and logistics of hydrogen. Then at 10:30 we are going to talk about the hydrogen R&D research, and at 11:50 we are going to talk about the jobs in the industry of the future, so human resources 4.0, and to finish off that many entrepreneurs are interested in financing of the hydrogen economy. We managed to get the best experts from the business administration, NGOs, who are happy to share their knowledge with you, their thoughts. Sometimes they are very optimistic, sometimes they take us down to the ground. However, we have just one objective. We want to build open hydrogen economy. And that is why we are very much involved here, and we would like to invite you to watch the panel that at 10 past 9, moving H2, hydrogen storage and logistics. I would like to invite you to the
Chcesz
advertising block.
postawić pierwszy krok na zagranicznych rynkach? Planujesz rozwój swojej firmy? Wierzysz, że twój produkt może podbić świat? Eksperci PAIH z różnych części świata pomogą zrealizować twój biznesowy plan. Eksport, inwestycje, partnerstwo.
Ci, którzy są wystarczająco szaleni, by myśleć, że zmienią świat, są tymi, którzy go zmieniają. Steve Jobs. Zmieniaj świat razem z nami. Poznaj nowy wymiar sprzedaży w internecie, nowoczesny sposób prezentowania produktów, usług i biznesu. Poznaj MetaJar. Nowoczesną i fotorealistyczną wirtualną przestrzeń, przenoszącą Twój biznes i klientów w nowy wymiar handlu w internecie. MetaJar to innowacyjne rozwiązanie dające możliwość znacznego obniżenia kosztów wejścia do wirtualnego świata biznesu, szybkiego i intuicyjnego wystawiania oraz zamawiania produktów w przestrzeni 3D, tworzenia tematycznych i branżowych grup biznesowych, tworzenia i udziału w wirtualnych targach na całym świecie, komunikowania się poprzez czat, wideo oraz głos. Twórz z nami nowoczesną i niczym nieograniczoną przestrzeń biznesową. Odkryj MetaJar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again. We are starting the panel, as I mentioned before. Moving H2, hydrogen storage and logistics. We have Tomoho Umera, and in the virtual space using the platform, we have participants of the panel, and the moderator would be the Henryk Kubiczyk, Grupa Azoty, Strategic Development Department.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy to hear the introduction, and I am very happy that I have such a distinguished composition of participants.
Korekta mikrofonu jest potrzebna.
Korekta mikrofonu. Dobrze, czy teraz troszkę lepiej? Jeszcze? Już, przepraszam, to jeszcze spróbuję się ustawić.
Yeah, it seems to be a problem with the microphone, so we are trying to get it right. So
A
that,
teraz lepiej?
Okay, it's much
Dobrze, no to już
better.
teraz Mamy nadzieję, że pierwsze problemy techniczne
I
i
hope that the
jedyne mamy za
first
sobą. Także
and
jeszcze
the
raz się
only
przywitam.
technical
Nazywam się
problems.
Henryk
My name
Kubiczek.
is Henryk
Jestem
Kubicek,
dyrektorem.
and I am the director for the corporate director for the strategy and development Grupa Azoty. And I would like to thank you very much for invitation to this conference. And I am very happy that I am here because we have such a distinguished group of specialists, and we are going to discuss about the development and the hydrogen economy. I see that the camera today showed me in a little bit broader view, because together with me I have Ignacy Mościcki portrait, who is the initiator to build Azoty group in Tarnów. Today we are going to celebrate 95th anniversary of establishing this company. So I am very happy that we have Ignacy Mościcki with us as well. But coming back to today's panel, as Grzegorz mentioned, we would like to talk about, with the specialist, about logistics of and storage of hydrogen. Yesterday I was listening very carefully to all the panelists and the topics that were touched upon during our conference, and I must say that I try to take down the most important things that came from this discussion. And the first thing that I took down was the question of the problem in the new economies. This is the supply and the demand, so chicken and an egg problem. So what should we do to increase or build the demand and then supply, or the other way around? Then the next point, regulations. So today there are no regulations that would limit very much any initiatives, but from what Szymon Biliński mentioned, we all count that this year the first regulations will be enacted, and they will make it possible for us to develop this economy. The third thing, this was finance. So many, a lot of investment which is needed to start up development, because today hydrogen is not competitive compared against other fuels, but we think that it may change. And the last thing, but I think the most important one, generally speaking, green energy. Green energy, which is needed to create low emission hydrogen, which is commonly called green hydrogen. And as it was mentioned many times, Grzegorz Paweles from Hydrogen Europe mentioned that, among other people, not all the countries had the possibility to have the possibility to produce hydrogen from RESs, which naturally will mean that there will be some regions where it will be in the surplus, and there will be some regions where it will be needed, but it will not be possible to create it, so we'll have to transport it somehow. And this is what we are going to discuss today. Ladies and gentlemen, today with me there are distinguished experts who represent, I would say, all the places when we talk about the storage and logistics chain in case of hydrogen. President Tomoho Umeda, president of Hemfra Limited Liability Company. Unfortunately, the president is on his own in Warsaw, in the studio in Warsaw. We hope that together with him there will be the president of the Polish basalt, Stanisław Rokicki. Unfortunately, due to health reasons, he couldn't be with us, but we wish him all the best, good health. But we do hope that there will be an opportunity to talk about how the Polish basalt and President Rokicki sees the concept for the storage and logistics of hydrogen. Virtually, we have Tomasz Bogucki, the president of Hydrogen First, and Professor Jerzy Kaleta from Wrocław Technical University. And in Canada, distant Canada, at very light at night, thank you very much for your perseverance. Tadeusz Kościelak, energy sales business consultant. Welcome. Good morning, and I would like to start from Tadeusz because he's got quite a lot of experience as a practitioner in products, practitioner who dealt with hydrogen. And as it was mentioned yesterday many times, hydrogen today in the industry hydrogen has been present in the industry for quite a long time. So maybe we just talk about problem with storage and transportation, but maybe it's not. Tadeusz, how do you see it from your perspective? Because I know that there is quite a lot of pipelines dedicated for hydrogen. So what is your experience in this respect? So the experience when I was working, so we have the pipeline Workington, which services the whole petrochemical sector, and this is about 15-kilometer long pipeline in Sarnia, Ontario. But Airprice is also the owner of 900 long pipeline in the USA and over 100 over the hundreds of pipeline, and also this is quite a long pipeline. So these companies have been dealing with hydrogen for over 20 years. It's very safe. It's even ordinary steel which is used for these pipelines. But initially this is very huge capacity. Vermonton pipeline has got the capacity is when it's packed up to 250 million cubic meters can be stored in this pipeline because this is 42-inch diameter. And the same in they have 15 hydrogen factories, and there is a pipeline of 900 kilometers long. So, and in Europe there is also quite a lot of infrastructure. So today these pipelines, what are they used for? Is it just transportation of hydrogen between the companies, or do they is it fed to the final client? To the final client, final user, because like Polska, this is these are the companies which are just behind the fence. They get these hydrogen to the clients in many places. The various needs, for instance, for the petroleum chemical industry, and it depends obviously on the needs. And this is sent over for the clients, and also the pipelines in California, which give the production and the mobility. So, but this is the liquid and condensed, and this is compressed, and this is used in HRSs. So this is combination of many technologies. Could you tell us, so today operation of this pipelines is connected with any problems whatsoever due to hydrogen corrosion or the question of the fittings? What are your experience? What is your experience? Well, the experience is that there is not really a problem with the corrosion, hydrogen corrosion. Obviously, these pipelines are prepared appropriately. So this is a few hundred kilometers from the 90s. They transformed the petroleum pipeline into hydrogen. This is just the question corrosion. This is just the question of the welds that are susceptible to corrosion. So there is also variable pressure, and there was a leakage, and we had to check the welds, and it was absolutely new new factory. But you have to be careful, but it's safe. So I understand. So it's safe. So that means that there is nothing that we should be afraid of, and we can build these type of pipelines. Do you remember the parameters in the pipelines? What are the hydrogen parameters? This is 99.9. So these are very CO2, very small quantities, and this mobility must be below 1 ppm, and here this is 6 or 7, so this is less profitable if it is if the SMRs, if you want to have it so pure. How do you see today possibilities to develop these pipelines? Is it just a question of natural extension, or will there be some changes, technological changes, the change of parameters, pressures, and will it be done as it was until so far? In Canada, we are just switching to hydrogen, and this is going to be blue hydrogen because we have the heat from CO2, and there is a concept to inject natural gas with the hydrogen mix, and really it has to be this pipeline needs to be changed to protect against hydrogen corrosion, so you can do it by injecting and coating this pipeline. Thank you very much. As we can see, this is happening when we talk about the hydrogen transportation. But now I would like to ask Professor Kaleta, because obviously transportation in Azoty Group, today we produce hydrogen, we use hydrogen to produce fertilizers, and we use it on the spot and straight away. But the question that comes to my mind is the question of mass storage of hydrogen, because this hydrogen is supposed to be the energy storage energy which is created once we have surplus of renewable energy, so that we can store it and use it later on. Please tell us, what perspectives do you see in this respect? Are we talking about big underground tanks, or are there any other options? Well, I am very happy to address this issue because this is very essential. We look at the hydrogen, mainly this press information concerned only transportation, so Hyundai, Mirai, and so on and so forth. But the main client in a short run, and the sectors that will be changed by the hydrogen, that would be chemical. This would be green chemistry, green steelworks, green green mining, and huge hydrogen quantities are needed for this. But this is not only the concept, because this is already implemented in Europe. So then the dispersed wind energy, this is the next reason why from many places where we will have RESs from wind or from sun, so that this dispersed energy and the surplus of this energy from the sources can be accumulated. When we talk about mass storage of hydrogen for chemical industry, and I will tell you about the experiment in the Germany, salt taverns is this is storing the natural gas, but in the when we talk about the mass, this is the salt storage. This is so if there was the bed of salt, a big tank. in this is gigantic bottle, 1 million cubic meters. Or this is very another one if it is just the focused one. So you have huge quantities which can be done when you replace consumption of the natural gas. So if you look at what's going on in Germany, Patrolstadt, this is the equivalent of Płock in the former Eastern Germany. There is one tavern which is prepared, the other one is just cleaned up so that this can systematically use this hydrogen regardless of the changes in the renewable supplies.
So at the end of the day, if we're talking about large volumes, it's worth mentioning that in the caverns, there's an entire complex biological situation, because there can be some germs. You have to clean the hydrogen. But generally, in those large volumes, H2 can be compressed at pressures of up to 100 bars. So this is the predominant solution as of today. What are the prospects as regards Poland? We've been part of the project. Soon an experimental cavern to store hydrogen will be built. This is by initiative of PGNiG. And another one is an operating one, combined with the wind farms on the Baltic. But in Germany, soon there will be 70 caverns for hydrogen storage only. The German strategy assumes this strategy of hydrogen storage, and interestingly, Germans assume that by 2050 they won't be able to produce their own hydrogen. They will have to import up to 20% of hydrogen. But it's a matter of logistics. But Professor, if I may ask you, you mentioned developing 70 caverns, but for what you said, a cavern is a natural phenomenon, something that arose naturally. Like I said, Director, a cavern arising can take up to 2 years. In a large fossil bed, we are just lucky that from Romania to Poland, as far as Germany, until the North Sea, we have huge salt deposit, both underground and under the sea, and such a cavern, in a very complex process, is basically spilled out after eliminating saline. So it can be a bottle-shaped deep cavern, several hundred meters deep, or if there are deeper, these are deeper deposits, you can make it lens-shaped. But I won't be touching upon this. There are such capabilities. Also in some salt mines you can accumulate all sorts of fuels. There's also an attempt at hydrogen, but out of the ones that were carried out are those caverns after salt deposits. Now let me just ask you this: do you think it's safe? Yes, it is safe. Mr. Kościelek was kind enough to address the issue of safety. Safety standards are rigid, and myself and the team have been dealing with the safety of H2 cell powered cars. So generally for 20 years. So every aspect is safer as compared to conventional transport. But just to address caverns and mass H2 storage, there's a great photocell fiber technology where you can just identify any leakage of up to at distances of up to 20 centimeters. So any hydrogen leakage that can occur in polymer and as well as steel tubes. In one case we have corrosion and the other one it's permeation, and we happen to have a tightening technology in place, but safety solutions owing to vehicle transport are very much developed, and the standards are very rigid. Let me just give you an example. In the car, we can have a cylinder of 700 bars, but but the standards assume that the pressure to be withheld is 1750. So it has to be practically 3 times more to make it operational. It's likewise in the case of caverns. My team has just touched upon this topic for 20 years. We mostly tackle transport, but let me come back to another issue. It's not transport to be the main consumer of the green hydrogen stored. These are going to be in industries such as chemical, petrochemical, green industries, also steel industry. It's just fascinating how you can eliminate coke from the steel industry, reducing the CO2 footprint. And also how you can use hydrogen to power residential areas. Toyota is building a whole town with energy based on hydrogen. Yes, I agree with you, and many times it's been emphasized during many talks. So the chemical industry has no problem with the hydrogen in the sense that we don't know what it is. I mean, we have it every day at large quantities, and we'll be using it because we need to decarbonize it. Because as of today, it's entirely built, it's acquired from natural gas with using nanotechnology, which causes emissions. So the challenge for today is how to decarbonize hydrogen. And I'd like to come back here to the issue touched upon. It seems that your company has a different approach to transport and storage of energy. I'm sorry, hydrogen, says the speaker. Because we might not even be talking about hydrogen, we might be talking about a different medium. What does it look like? Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be in such a distinguished group of people. Indeed, I think that first you need to ask yourselves the question about certain dilemmas that are connected with the subsequent development of the hydrogen market. If we think about that hydrogen is supposed to be green, decarbonized, renewable, i.e. derived from renewable energy sources, well then, if we realize what power has to be installed, RES power has to be installed to produce 100,000 tons of hydrogen, then it largely surpasses everything there is as of today, on the one hand. On the other hand, we have this thinking that we have the large industry, huge processes, huge volumes, and we trade in large volumes of various chemicals, including hydrogen. So perhaps the case is that in the brave new world, which is just arising, because no doubt at this moment there's the time of an absolute global transition of the economy and the political setup, which we can observe as we observe this horrific war in Ukraine. This change might also relate to the structure of how we trade in green chemicals, how we produce them. It's a big question that I won't venture to answer in a uniform way today, but let me just give you some food for thought. It seems that green hydrogen based on RES is something that aims at market dispersion, at making small installations that in a way might be feasible of several hundred megawatts. Well, this is something that can be probably contemplated. Although let's remember that in the Arab Peninsula there are multiple gigawatt photovoltaic installations being installed, which means that hydrogen will be produced on a local basis, on a dispersed basis also, which means that it will probably be used quite close to where it's produced, because we can see that the storage of compressed hydrogen brings about some difficulties. On the other hand, pipelines are great, but they require huge volumes to be plausible. On the other hand, there can be various hydrogen derivatives, and the chemical industry is about transforming hydrogen to various forms. The problem is to make sure that that hydrogen should be green and renewable. Then ammonia is a chemical compound that is used for a fertilizer. That's a great way of storing hydrogen. And its logistics, the logistics of ammonia. It's like the way I'm looking at the picture behind Director President Mościcki. We're talking about Tarnów before Chorzów. We have 100 years tradition of ammonia in the world, and hardly anyone knows better about ammonia than Poles do. I mean, Puławy are one of the greatest ammonia producing works in Poland. Yes, hardly anyone knows that, but we're not talking about a different technology other than Haber-Bosch to produce ammonia, and it takes even more energy. Yes, absolutely. Haber-Bosch will probably stay, but hydrogen is hydrogen. I mean, hydrogen which is used for the Haber-Bosch reactor, it doesn't matter whether it's green or gray. So that's the mystery of green ammonia. If we replace gray hydrogen with green hydrogen, then we have green ammonia, which has a stable price, predictable, irrespective of gas price fluctuations in the market, which are unprecedented as of today, and hence it has very predictable investment prospects. The question is, well, supposing, well, in Puławy we produce 1,100 million tons of ammonia. Well, the question is whether we can replace 400,000 tons of gray hydrogen with green hydrogen. I mean, that's throughout the Azoty group. Well, I'm sorry. Maybe I exaggerated, but I think in Puławy there's 200,000. Yes, 200,000. Exactly. So let's imagine 200,000 tons of hydrogen. How much it takes? It seems, well, for 1,100,000 tons you would probably need 600 megawatts of renewable green energy. I once calculated it, and I think I calculated it right. But to me, it was straightforward that to ensure ongoing work and production of hydrogen corresponding to the current needs, we would need to make another power plant of Rybnik. So 1.2 gigawatts of installed power, working on a 24/7 basis. Well, exactly. On the other hand, you will admit, Director, that there is no way out. So, for the state to have green ammonia in place, so who should be responsible for this investment? Is it the state? I mean, you are a state, you are a quoted company, a public company, and I think such investment, well, it would be feasible, but it's hard to imagine. Isn't it going to be the case that there will be many external small producers of green ammonia of up to 100,000 tons, and they will be providing that ammonia to you, and you will be making fertilizers out of it? That's a vision that I would call more feasible, more probable. So again, we have this dilemma whether great business of the future, great chemical business, should be centralized as it is today, systemic, and consisting in huge hubs and companies producing and trading in it, or isn't it the case that this market will be aiming at dispersion, and there will be smaller plants that, other than producing green ammonia, will also have some surplus of hydrogen for the transport market on a local basis? But because let's remember that the ratio of ammonia hydrogen for transport purposes is 1 or even 2 orders of magnitude less when it comes to transport. So basically, these are such dilemmas to be taken into account, and if we talk about ammonia as a great medium for hydrogen, methanol is another one. Globally, we have 180 million tons of methanol, but ammonia is so good because we have 120 sea terminals practically in all the countries, especially less developed. It is produced. There is some know-how. There are regulations in place, standards, and fleet. In the case of methanol, it's a sort of, we're talking about some oligopoly. There are a few countries that are specialized in methanol. It is much more exclusive. On the other hand, the same problems apply to it, i.e. aiming at dispersion, and methanol is needed for many different things. For instance, furniture, any furniture that we use, any board is put together using some resins, and those resins contain methanol. And for furniture to be green again, to have a low carbon footprint, they need to be methanol based. So again, this chemical, the chemical industry will be going green. Mr. President, yes, I've been talking too much. I'm sorry. I mean, we are definitely at a high level, and we're talking about chemicals. I don't want to talk chemistry. May I just ask that we stop this topic, because I think we might just as well dominate for any further discussion as regards the development of these two factors enabling transportation and storage of hydrogen, that the way we've been talking about ammonia and methanol. I would just put a period here, and let's come back to this topic, and let's go for the small scale. I have a question to Mr. Bogucki. Mr. President, how do you envisage the development of smaller tanks, small hydrogen tanks? Because oftentimes it's been mentioned that hydrogen could be used in the automotive industry. I should say that this is a flagship area where we are showing that it will be used. That's the way hydrogen will be used there. But as said by the panelists, volume-wise, it will only be a small proportion. The chemical industry and large industry might consume much more of a hydrogen. But what is it going to look like in terms of tank development? Is it safe today to store hydrogen, and what sort of parameters are we talking in terms of storage? I mean, we're talking about smaller tanks for trucks, cars, maybe aircraft. I don't know. What does it look like? I'm in a very comfortable position because the previous speakers have said about such things that tend to be an intro to tanks, be it steel or composite. We usually focus on composite tanks, but I should need to say that the use cases of storage facilities will be of any kind. I agree that it's hard to build a cavern in terms of heavy steel. Pipelines also have a way of being used, but if we're talking about this rising market, we can also be talking about tanks.
You mentioned about the dispersed production or usage, so they just being built caverns or pipelines for a few houses or PV farms. So these are the question where these tanks have to be in place. The scale, I think we don't really know. The time is that we could talk about it at length, but we see that demand is increasing. You asked how do we see small tanks? Obviously, this is the question. Well, what does small mean? I would like to refer to the fact that the transport may be less consumption and so on, but in marketing, transport and the cars on LinkedIn is very sexy. But with all the respect to all the colleagues from the steel, petrochemical and so on, and obviously the cars is just a question of imagination. So you can say that these hydrogen issues can be solved or conveyed much easier. But here we have to follow the needs of automotive industry, and we have to follow the trends. And here we connect the two questions. So this is just the question of the shape. So as we have the electrical vehicles, battery cars, so the first ones had gigantic batteries, but now we see that we do not need so many batteries, and the same will be in the hydrogen world. So these tanks cannot take up all the luggage or all the baggage compartments, so we are going to put them into under the chassis of the car, so it cannot be cylindrical, but it must be flat. You mentioned trucks. We have to say two things. So this is a trend which comes from the US. Tadeusz mentioned about the pipelines and how much pipelines able to have. So in the US we have the virtual pipeline. Where there is no virtual pipeline, you need to have it on wheels. So semi-trailer, which will transport some hydrogen. This is not the scale of millions, but 1 ton of hydrogen from place A to place B for some bus station, which is using a few hundred kilograms of hydrogen per day. This is something which is really profitable. A few times I've heard that the mines, caverns, these are strategic projects, millions of zlotys. But hydrogen as such, when I look at the PV market, so we were just starting with the very big farms, and now we have a few kilowatts on the roofs. So these markets can develop in many different directions, and a few hundred or 1 ton of hydrogen from from place A to place B can change. So there is a lot of place for many players on the market, and we will have a lot of development in the composite markets. Professor mentioned 20 years of experience. Automotive is looking at it, and the composite tanks definitely will find a way through to get to many sectors, maybe not in the chemical sector, but in automotive or in smaller applications can be addressed with this idea. Skeleton networks. There will be some dedicated skeleton network for pipelines for dedicated to hydrogen. But if you look at the methane structure, you can see that if we want this market to develop and to develop stable in a stable way, so we have to sell this hydrogen for buses in Poznań. We need to have within 6 months, not 6 years or in 2 decades. Composite tanks can be introduced very soon. You mentioned safety, so I want to address it as well. Professor I guess agrees with this. If it's produced in a proper way, homologated, and if it is used for mobile application, they are extremely safe. So all the regulations, legal norms say that the pressure for homologation and certification must be much higher than the working pressure. I just would like to mention here that we have just one comparison, that today we have two issues. Today, vehicles for gas-propelled cars, in spite of the fact that they have tanks, certified and homologated tanks, they do not have, and there are some limitation about their garaging in underground garages. This is mainly LPG, which is heavier than the hydrogen because hydrogen goes up, and unfortunately LPG goes down. So without mechanical ventilation, you could have some ignition here. So hydrogen with its mass, you can say that maybe it's not just the negative ones, but here the fact that it's leaking, it's not accumulated down on the ground, but it's going up, be it from the tank or bigger surface. In LPG, it's down on the ground, and then at the ankle level, we have a lot of dangerous gas. You mentioned about the signs in shopping malls or other garages. So without mechanical ventilation, you cannot deal with it. So with the hydrogen, its properties speak for themselves. When we talk about going into garages or using it in a car on the street, yesterday I watched the film. These tanks are bumped down from the height, kicked, smashed, crushed. The certification process is very big, so this is a lot which is done in this area. So regulation has been in place for quite some time. There are quite a lot of things to be met. Nobody is going to introduce a product into the market unless it's certified or homologated. So from the safety point of view, I wouldn't worry about it. This is just the question of the need of the market. So the shape, the higher pressure, higher transported hydrogen. So we have to meet the safety issues, but then there is also the question of pressure. I mentioned the trailer, so we had 300 bars, now we are aiming at 500 bars, and as automotive we could have 700 bars in the trailers. So for the last mile issue, so this virtual pipeline, so to transport it for hundreds of kilometers, not 1,000 kilometers, not a few hundred, but 1 ton. In a minute we might have 2 tons to these cars, or the fleets will be much bigger. So we are going to talk about theoretically small consumption, but the scale is going to increase. So here the tanks and the transportation will require this. So This is just the question of the perspective 230. At the moment, there's clear guidance. The pressure higher than current ones is just one of the examples. So what we do, we try to chase the market, and it just sets the pace. Thank you very much. This is a very interesting issue. But now I would like to go from this virtual pipeline to this real one. Tadeusz, you mentioned that today installations they exist because they are exploited, they are used. But I want to ask your opinion. What is your opinion? Should we develop networks, hydrogen dedicated ones, or should we base on the current existing network and mix hydrogen with gas? I think that today limitation is about 20%, but how does it look like? What is your opinion about it? Which direction should it go to? In Canada, we have CO2 on, this is $170 per ton. Until the end of this decade, it will be $8.5 per 1 gigajoule. So this must be decarbonization for the methane network. And companies in Canada look at it, how to introduce this, and how it is dedicated. Uh, at the moment, to the network they introduce about 5%. Everything goes in this direction, but this 20%, this is this barrier, because then we have this CHPs or heating facilities. So this has got a lot of influence on the gas prices. So today we see the two directions: mobile, and then green. In Quebec, this is going to be green ones because they have some hydroelectricity, and when we have the water and power plants, and here we see that there will be the mobile part that will be just the friction of this hydrogen, and this tax goes up heavily from the 1st of April on. It's going to be $300 Canadian dollars per ton. So this footprint tax is getting higher and higher. So they want to see how to decarbonize energy and how to replace methane. And this is how it's going to look like. And when we talk about adjusting this network, obviously this is much more expensive to change the gas. So then first it was methane and then allocated into hydrogen. So this is up to 25% in the EU. In the US, it would be about to 60%. So the cost of infrastructure is quite significant, and this cost can be reduced when we develop networks. So when we have the key of the last mile. So when we clean this hydrogen, we do these hubs. It can be to other places. So it's really not worth putting it into the pipelines only by the cars. In this, how do you see the hydrogen backbone? So it will be producer and the hydrogen valley or other thing. So will there be some dispersion? Well, this is the chicken and an egg problem. Well, I mentioned my luxurious situation was that we sold everything that we had. And they always ask, where is the client, who is going to take it, so there must be some kind of support. And when we made this thing in Canada, sometimes there is some anchor client. And some of it is for the trade. So 80% is for the anchor client and 20 is for trade. So this is a lot of cooperation with the government to have the regulations in place. And just an example, when we talk about the Calgary and Abingdon, this is for 8,000 trucks. So if all the cars go to the hydrogen, so this is 240 per day just to service this, only the trucks. So this is temporary organization. So then you can change the trucks to oil and hydrogen, and this hydrogen doesn't have to be super clean, and it gives you the possibility to switch. So when you do not have hydrogen, you can use the diesel oil. So we can do it as well in Europe. So the trucks go through the borders of the EU, and the question of them being adjusted to the hydrogen and oil, diesel oil. So what is the approach in Canada and the US? Are you also so heavily green hydrogen oriented from coming from electrolysis? Do you see some hydrogen from natural gas, where it's today this is most effective form of creating the hydrogen? Because we have two areas. In Quebec, there are a lot of water power plants, which were for New York, and they say that they don't need electricity. They have 16 nuclear power plants. And Berta is based on gas. So this is a province which is twice as big as Poland, and this gas is stranded. There are no clients. Some time ago there were negative prices, 7 euro cents per 1 gigajoule. So we have the possibility to go down to the ground. It's also CO2. And even if you capture CO2, this is 2.25 per 1 kilogram. So this is just the question of finding the market. For the Canadians would be the US, California, as I mentioned. And if you, how can you connect these pipelines to service the states? So we have to introduce it in Vancouver, because they said in Vancouver that there is no possibility to burn methane by 2050, so it's going to be banned in the cities. So these are, when you look at it from our perspective, so the cheapest way to transport hydrogen would be by the pipelines, and converting current infrastructure. It's easy to convert it, but it's just a question of time and investment. Yeah, that's clear. But for me, this is a question of, for me as an engineer, this is the question of, okay, we have a pipeline which is dig down in the ground. If you want to adjust it to we want to adjust it to do hydrogen. This is just, you can inject pegging. This is just cleaning the pipeline. This is nice. One nice tool, and then you do cover it with coating. Within 2 weeks you can do 30 kilometers, so it's quite well. It's quite okay. Not many companies do it all over the world, but there are a few companies all over the world that do this. Check the proven technologies are in place for 30 years. They did for acid H2S, so CO2 pipelines as well. It was done. So this is one group that can do it. So this is just a question of investment and training people to do it properly and professionally. So it seems that we have some kind of niche that can be captured. And as you mentioned, so you have some materials and they can be used. This is just the question that there is a pioneer who does it today, and you can do it. And if it is up to 25% of cost of putting new pipeline, I think this is absolutely worth doing. Thank you very much, Tadeusz. But now I would like to ask Professor
about the ensuing thing, namely, it was mentioned. We've talked about storage. Professor Umeda said they favored ammonia and methanol. Do you as a scientist, in which direction are the changes to hydrogen and hydrogen transport move? Does it look like there's also something like LOHC? Can we expect a breakthrough? The Japanese strategy is an illustration of this topic. Japan wants to go for commodity and energy transformation using hydrogen, but hydrogen is what they mostly have to buy from Australia. So there are different technologies that are being checked these days. Firstly, I'm sure my colleagues know, but there are two cryo tankers that will be transporting hydrogen at ultra low temperatures. There's also transport envisaged with ammonia with the help of and also LOHC, liquid organic hydrogen carriers. So you can buy these are compounds allowing easy binding of hydrogen and then recuperating it. So there's many concepts, and wherever there are no possibilities of transporting it at distances that we're talking about here, this has been touched upon by the previous speakers. Pipelines. That's a very complex issue. As you observe what happens in the Ruhr region of the Netherlands, where there's the largest concentration of hydrogen in Europe, those pipelines are dedicated to hydrogen. If you take a look at the development of hydrogen hubs, for instance, now there's a huge hydrogen hub being developed in the San Francisco harbor, or some other solutions in Hamburg, Germany. It seems that there will be dedicated pipelines, hydrogen dedicated pipelines. Interestingly, a pipeline where hydrogen is transported at high pressure can replace 8 largest energy lines, if you compare it. But there's also the issue touched upon by Mr. Kościelak, namely mixing hydrogen with natural gas. There's been a very interesting discussion in Europe about it. It seems that politicians have been pressing on that mixing procedure, but several months ago there was a conference of technologies representing the chemical industry who said we're not even interested in this mixing. We have the technology which is either prepared for hydrogen or natural gas or methane. Why mix it and separate it again? On the other hand, the introduction of hydrogen into methane just to burn it later on doesn't make sense. That's the whole problem of hydrogen valorization towards producing methanol or ammonia. And there's another digression regarding ammonia. Mr. Umeda mentioned this huge investment on the Arab Peninsula. I'm also addressing it to you, Professor. That ammonia will be transported, among others, to India. India has been through the first farming revolution. Now they're awaiting the second farming revolution. They need green ammonia to manufacture artificial fertilizers. Another issue is related to methanol. There's several various limitations. On the other hand, it's an alcohol which is easy to transport. But I was trying to evade what I've been interested in for a long time, transport and hydrogen. But since many people have been watching us and listening, I'd like to remind you that the first vehicle ever was hydrogen powered. It was 1798. It was way earlier than steam powered or electrical or diesel. But coming back to the question, depending on the distances, but if we're talking about such distances as between Australia and Japan, we will be rather talking about sea freight, sea transport. But if we're talking about continental distances without having to cross the sea, then I'm sure these will be dedicated pipelines. Mr. Kościelak mentioned steel pipelines. You use such a word as orphaned installations. If there's not enough oil, you have to do something about those installations. On the other hand, those installations will be composite going forward. And Mr. Bogucki mentioned composite tanks, but you can observe a trend for flexible composite tanks where the liner limits the permeation and there's this carbon-based coating, limiting it in mechanical terms and enabling transport. Why am I talking about it? Because it's going to be flexible and you'll be able to unfold it like electrical cables on drums. There are such solutions already in place in Europe, maybe in the Netherlands. Maybe we don't have such extreme pressures, but this trend will also be visible going forward. Professor, so to wrap it up, do you think long-distance sea transport and intercontinental transport will involve ammonia as the predominant factor? I'm not capable of responding to that. As you look at what Japan is doing, it's both liquid, cryo, ultra low temperatures. We also have LOHC as well as ammonia. I don't think it's been determined. I think the technologies are being tested. It's also hard to calculate it at this stage. This is what the Germans call Real Labor, realistic lab, or live lab testing. Okay, thank you very much. Since Mr. Bogucki has been addressed, I'd like to ask him, what do you think the issue of the last mile transport will look like? Because that's one issue, and another issue is that this development direction as regards composite pipelines is concerned. President Rokicki is not with us. I think he could also share a couple of interesting things with us about basalt fiber and how they could be used. But why don't you tell us how you perceive it as of today? Well, let me address what the previous speakers have said. just to avoid the impression that everyone is trying to take to persuade everyone that they are right. I'm a banker, so I always look at the money. So the market is young. Everybody looks at the bottom line, at this being simple. We talk about pipelines, but it takes huge capex. And if we're talking about 2 decades, it's not that we're talking about the hydrogen market. We'll be waiting for this market. So you don't only take Excel into account, but also whether those technologies are proven, safe, and so on and so forth. That's why I said that everybody will find their place for them. I've also been into the battery-based electromobility market, and we keep saying there's no week without a statement that there's been a breakthrough, a larger cell, a larger battery, but ion lithium batteries are there established and they're still being manufactured. I'm looking at the technologies that are being available and which ones are used on a large scale. I think availability is key because we can be talking about future solutions of composites in pipelines, but you have to look through the prism of time and availability as well as the bottom line. So at the end of the day, all sorts of technologies can defend themselves, but the technological calculations have no mercy. And at the end of the day, we have to see that at a given stage, the investors can turn a blind eye to some items because they want to be the first to the market or acquire the know-how. So they can be the first, the second, or third or fourth, but each company is working in a market where the P&L is necessary and you cannot keep disclosing losses ad infinitum. So basically the technology, so it's a matter of technology and the cases, then it's a matter of time and whether there's people interested in a given technology. From my point of view, whether car manufacturers, trailer manufacturers, or in terms of usage on a larger or dispersed scale, well, frankly speaking, they're looking at solutions that they are aware of. So if it's liquefied or high pressure hydrogen, there are many other development projects, but they can be small scale or R&D projects, and any buses are powered by hydrogen accumulated in high pressure composite tanks. But well, we know that this is a young market and you can take a leap to a new technology. As hydrogen, first we are submitting new patents, looking for niches and looking for breakthroughs with different technologies and innovation, but we keep talking about the classic approach, like we have a tank and we're looking for percentages to make sure that the pressure can be higher, the production process can be quicker. And the professor said that the first vehicles were hydrogen powers centuries ago. If you take a bird's eye view, it's the same technologies, but you keep looking for new technologies. I am in favor of evolution rather than a revolution. It's not that tomorrow we're going to have a better technology of hydrogen storage, it's going to cost 1 cent. No, these are single steps and capex that, well, basically it takes money to perfect the ready products, to market them, whether pipelines or caverns. This is know-how, and to perfect it, it costs money. So you have to take small steps. Let's ensure products available to the market, and let's develop them on the other hand. So I think this is also our motto of our company, to sell and to develop. Thank you very much for what you said. I can infer that it is your approach to build the hydrogen economy, starting with the consumer, the consumer's needs and demand. So to deliver comfortable, economically plausible solutions that can be used in their business, that will be inviting to them going forward. Definitely. It's always my approach that at the end of the day, innovations are good, but it's the market that determines who's going to buy what and when. So we keep looking at those needs. Let me just draw attention to the fact that there are also grown, mature consumers in the market. But if you keep looking for innovation gaps and try to capture them, and the mention of the flat tank shows that, well, so far the cylindrical tanks used in Toyota are not so bad. But we have another example from a different market. Let me come back to the LPG. Remember when the changes were introduced and LPG was entering the market, and we remember those gigantic, ugly LPG tanks in car trunks that made the trunks reduced to almost nil. And all of a sudden they devised a tank that could fit into the space where they used to carry spare wheels, and the problem practically disappeared. So basically it's a matter of the customer's needs. The customer says, give me back my trunk. It's a very specific group of consumers, a very specific market, but this is to seek new solutions. Nonetheless, we try selling classic cylinders, classic spherical tanks, and so on to store the gas. Thank you very much. And for the end, I'd like to come back to Professor Umeda to Warsaw, if he's still with us. Yes, I am. Great. Mr. President, I will admit, well, we put a period when you were talking about the concept. I mean, you stressed on the fact that ammonia and methanol are those things that will be the mainstream, and that's what you're focusing on. On the other hand, and there was also the issue of the dispersed market. I mean, in terms of hydrogen producer or ammonia producer, and actually I had some concerns whether you don't want to turn the Polish chemical industry upside down, because so far we've been producers of ammonia, producers of hydrogen, and now we are facing the wall of sorts, because the production of green hydrogen, for what the Excel schedules show, is only profitable as long as we're talking about green energy. How do you perceive it as a player that is entering the market quite boldly, but can produce some disruption in the market? How do you perceive it? Well, the way I can say is that I'm a huge fan of the chemical industry, and I'd rather you treat it as a way of saving the chemical industry in Poland rather than competing with it. In knowing this industry and understanding some limitations stemming from the structure of the business and the very fact that Azoty Group exists as a public company, stock exchange quoted company, and all the limitations involved, I can see that, and I'm certain that you will basically need a green revolution just as much as everybody else. And for it, I mean, to carry it out, you'd have to think how to do it, but I perceive that basing on dispersed sources of the basic product that you are using to more processed products, fertilizer products, for instance, is probably something that's going to be necessary. I mean, it's nothing out of the ordinary, because the most advanced fertilizer producers don't even produce urea. They just buy it, outsource it. So it's a question of whether we want to disrupt the market. I don't think we want to do it. It's basically decarbonization that requires it from all of us. That's the first thing. And secondly, I think I would continue the thought shared by Tomek that it all has to tie in terms of numbers in Excel sheets. That's very true. But what needs to tie in is not the technology, it's the final product which is produced by using this, by applying this technology to be bought by someone and processed by someone. It's that product that needs to be capable of being protected by an offtake product contract to ensure investment technology into technology to manufacture it, to produce it. And I could ask Tadeusz, for instance, whether Air Products company that you have experience with would be capable of concluding an offtake contract for 1 million tons worth of green hydrogen. We know it wouldn't, because there is no such market. So Air Products could not basically accept that risk, whereby for multiple years offtake products with a fixed price or some price formula to take the risk that such investment could be made. And as regards ammonia, that market is already in place. And I'm sure that supposing we got down together and I gave you a good price, then we could agree on an offtake contract owing to which my capex would be secured.
Unbankable. So this market does exist. When we talked about hydrogen and what's gonna happen, and when it happens what happens with the pipelines, with caverns, and whether it will be dispersed with the transportation and so on and so forth. So definitely we are just talking about it in the categories of the future. If we are talking about green methanol and green ammonia, this market exists today. The need exists also today. So it's not the question that you need this green ammonia tomorrow, you need it today. So I think basing on this methods of storing or hydrogen carriers like ammonia and methanol. So this is just the question of this decarbonized market. We have to accelerate it and to do it here and now based on existing market, existing rules of the market, and even existing regulations. And referring to what Professor said, as to Japan and India, we have to say that ammonia is not used as a hydrogen carrier, but now Japan has got retrofit coal. So instead of coal to burn ammonia, so the fluidized coal can be replaced. So the first 40 megawatt turbine for ammonia is already in place, and all the Indian power is based on this. And big investments on the Arabic Peninsula to replace the coal. So if we talk about the complete volume, this is 180 million tons for the fertilizers most of all. So if on the top of it, if we put retrofitting of the coal in Japan, it is going to be 20 million tons, 80 million in India. I don't know how many it would be in Poland. I haven't calculated this. But if we come back to it in line with the guidance of the World Bank in the maritime transport, this is 150 tons until 2030. So here this is endless market, because 180 million tons of ammonia will have to be changed into the green one. So we are just talking about the infinite market of green ammonia, which is in front of us. In my opinion, there aren't players which would be big enough to cover this demand. You must build these installations and that's it. I think that this is the conclusion from what you said. Ladies and gentlemen, what can we say? Just we have to produce ammonia and develop economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to an end. Practically, this is the end of our time. But very briefly, I just would like to ask each of you to give two aspects to finish off that you consider to be the key ones to develop hydrogen economy. Obviously, we go outside the transport, but we are just talking about the whole hydrogen economy. Two aspects which, in your opinion, are the key ones. Tadeusz, from your point of view, what is the most important thing? What is the key today from your point of view? So I think that development, when we talk about the hydrogen, is to find the client, because without it does nothing make sense. So I just go as a person who sells this hydrogen. This must be a client, be it mobile or in case of ammonia, because it doesn't have to be green. I support a blue one. It can be pink. It depends on the source for electrolysis. The price will be very important in this situation. So thank you, Mr. Professor. Two issues. One, what colleague said about this economic aspects. I, as a representative of the scientific academic work, I just would like to draw your attention to this academic word. Innovation is innovation, but the market decides. But if we want to be conscious buyers, we have to develop R&D projects in Poland. We don't have to overwhelm the world with our technologies, but if we touch these technologies, we will be aware buyers. It's not going to be like with mobile telecommunications, which came, we had to buy everything that we were offered. And the second issue connected with my contact with the gas market, there will be a very big change in this respect, taking into account the aggression of Russia into Ukraine. There will be end of the monopoly of the gas companies, and there will be the hydrogen prosumers, so people who generate hydrogen, chemical, petrochemical industry. So the market will change, so there will be some democratization. And the last aspect within the second issue, I just would like to tell you that in December 2021, Shell said by 2030 we withdraw 55%, we will reduce our sector in the natural gas and oil. But we are going to develop in hydrogen and valorization of hydrogen that we so let's check these things. Let's not wait. Let's not wait for the new solutions. Tomasz? Obviously, there are two innovations will go by themselves. The third issue would be financing. This is just the question of taking money, collecting money for this difference. So client innovations and support in the financial point of view. And to finish off, I just would like to emphasize the certification issue and the renewability issue, because we live in the world where in the EU, when we have the taxonomy and the big companies need to reform their non-financial report and they have to show how they transform. So I think that in 5 years' time, one of the main areas of competition between the companies will be how much the certified they are as renewable, how green they are, and because big companies will not will not be able to take the risk to maintain in their delivery chain companies with the questionable certifications. For instance, if a transportation company will not transform their fleet, will influence the big companies, and then there will be the problem with access to the venture financing, to credits and insurance and so on and so forth, and there is lack of possibility to start in a public procurement which will have these criterion built in, and this not ETS, not technologies, not innovations, and not really the Excel spreadsheet, if you like, because it goes beyond Excel files, in fact. So this certification and the question of how green we are and the new currency on the market that is in the form of being green will determine how it looks like. And this happens, and it happens much quicker. Because we see that these are the some superficial processes on the skin process. I see how many big companies in chemistry will have to obey these rules and watch the whole supply chains, including ammonia and methanol. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, with a very slight delay, but we've managed to come to the close. I would like to thank to all the speakers of this panel for a very interesting discussion. Professor Jerzy Kaleta from Wrocław Technical University, Jerzy Kościelniak from Canada, Tomasz Bogucki, Hydrogen First, and President Tomohou Umeda from Hinfra Company. Thank you very much. My name is Henryk Kubicek. I represent Grupa Azoty, and thank you very much, and I would like to wish you a very good conference.
Chcesz postawić pierwszy krok na zagranicznych rynkach? Planujesz rozwój swojej firmy? Wierzysz, że twój produkt może podbić świat? Eksperci PAIH z różnych części świata pomogą zrealizować twój biznesowy plan. Eksport, inwestycje, partnerstwo.
Ci, którzy są wystarczająco szaleni, by myśleć, że zmienią świat, są tymi, którzy go zmieniają. Steve Jobs. Zmieniaj świat razem z nami. Poznaj nowy wymiar sprzedaży w internecie, nowoczesny sposób prezentowania produktów, usług i biznesu. Poznaj MetaJar. Nowoczesną i fotorealistyczną wirtualną przestrzeń, przenoszącą Twój biznes i klientów w nowy wymiar handlu w internecie. MetaJar to innowacyjne rozwiązanie dające możliwość znacznego obniżenia kosztów wejścia do wirtualnego świata biznesu, szybkiego i intuicyjnego wystawiania oraz zamawiania produktów w przestrzeni 3D, tworzenia tematycznych i branżowych grup biznesowych, tworzenia i udziału w wirtualnych targach na całym świecie, komunikowania się poprzez czat, wideo oraz głos. Twórz z nami nowoczesną i niczym nieograniczoną przestrzeń biznesową. Odkryj MetaJar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the virtual hydrogen fair of the Polish Agency for Investment and Trade, and the second day of our event. We've just had a very interesting debate about logistics and storage of hydrogen. And now we are going to talk about issues going into the future. We are going to talk about the hydrogen R&D technology. Today in the studio we have Jędrzej Maltras from the Warsaw, Wrocław Polytechnic, Technical University, and the technical advisors. Representatives. To begin with, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and for the possibility to participate in this conference. My name is Jędrzej Matlaj. I do PhD in Wrocław Technical University, where together with Professor Kośmierczak, I the work on the combustion of hydrogen in the diesel engines. So we examine the technology of using the hydrogen, and this word of introduction. But before we go into our guest's introduction, I just would like to emphasize that what we are going to talk about this is very wide and interesting. So I will do my best to keep the time discipline, and I would like to ask my speakers to do that as well, panelists to do that as well. I would like to welcome my guests. The first is Tomasz Dominiak from the Economic Advisors team, TOR. We are very happy that we can meet together. He's a PR manager, consultant, and electromobility, and also creator of the hydrogen agreement. Nasz kolejny gość François Adzonsu, profesor z Uniwersytetu w Sydney, wiceprezes Australijsko-Francuskiego Stowarzyszenia i również Centrum Badania nad Wodorem, i również jest prezesem H2 Potential firmy konsultingowej. I wszystko to w jednej osobie, pan profesor François Adzonsu. The third guest here is the PhD Paweł Gąsior from Wrocław Technical University, monitoring, structural monitoring with using fabric or optic fibers, and starting from 2099, International Standards Division, the Hydrogen Association. I would like to welcome also from Wrocław Professor Mirosław Miller from University of Life Sciences, and in Wrocław over 100 publications as a scholarship of Welch at the Texas University, the first president of the Polish Center for Port, the Dolnośląsk, Down Silesia Hydrogen Valley, and the last and quite a lot of startups were done like that. Janusz Zdeb, who is the Hydrogen Poland manager and the main engineering in Tauron generation, and expert in hydrogen technologies in Poland. I would like to welcome once again all the panelists. Tomasz. The first question I would like to ask directly to you. Hydrogen sector, which is developing very dynamically, and this is the area of life, not only for us as researchers, but this is, in my opinion, the most important step towards decarbonization. Such a big development over the last years or months brings a lot challenges, And one of these challenges is to build social awareness concerning hydrogen, promotion of this green hydrogen from renewable energy sources. What is your approach towards promoting hydrogen economy in media? What kind of tools can we use to promote this so quickly changing sector? I can address it from perspective of my company. For about 2 years, we have a project Hydrogen 2030, where we have over 50 local authorities interested in hydrogen installations. 2 years ago, this topic was new, and the new technologies are the hydrogen are very new. So, as you mentioned, this is the a lot interest in over the last months.
And we started from a level of roughly 30 local governments, so very soon we were able, I mean, over 2 years, we were able to build a vibrant community focused around the idea of hydrogen. And this is a community made up of local company directors responsible for public transport, or transport companies that is outsourced or performed on their own. And Poland has a natural opportunity to first of all develop hydrogen in public transport. And 2 years later, I can say what we have learned, what our assumptions were in terms of education. We know that transport is but a fraction of hydrogen application, but a very important one, and there you can achieve scalability in a very short period of time. First of all, in communication with end users, I'm not talking about passengers, I'm talking about end users of hydrogen powered buses, i.e., local government officials. You had to persuade them to the very idea. So first we needed to educate them in terms of what hydrogen is, what applications it can have, why Poland, as one of the first producers in Europe, has good conditions to implement the technology, and we're past the first stage. And right now, I should say that we are at the Excel sheet stage, i.e. we are showing based on specific calculations, based on the old rule that you can't have a discussion with figures, when hydrogen can be feasible. And in this education, it's very important for this education to be open, clear, and clearly communicate the upsides and downsides of hydrogen in public transport as well as any other applications. I think it's quite universal, and it stems from our calculations as since we are a consulting company, that the the threshold of profitability is 15-16 zlotys when it makes sense to go for hydrogen. And I think such open communication of this, let's face it, it's not for everyone. This is not a technology to be used everywhere. So openness, as I called it, and secondly, showing the figures. I think it's key when it comes to educating the market. Because first you need to inspire interest in the technology and then translate it into specifics. Show how much it's going to cost, whether it's feasible. If so, in what period of time. I believe that these two rules in terms of promotion and education of the market in hydrogen applications, as we're talking about the mass rollout, because this technology has been used in industry for many years, now we have an opportunity to make sure that it complements the existing RES. We all know that solar energy, PV, or wind energy are not fully stable, and they need to be complemented currently in the form of conventional power gen. But here hydrogen strikes the right note. And I think that in terms of communication of the technology, it will be key to communicate hydrogen on a contextual basis as a complementing factor, because everyone, all the residents of Poland, Europe, or globally, they know about the wind farms, they know the windmills or PV farms. So around this, you need to say that hydrogen is nothing new. If it is something new, people might think it's potentially unsafe, unproven, and quite on the contrary, it's been used for years. And today we have an opportunity to make sure that it's a green equivalent or factor balancing our energy system when there's no wind or no sunshine. Because last year we had a situation in China, for instance, where there were many windless days, and scheduled blackouts were basically scheduled. So without having a backup system in the form of hydrogen as a green energy medium, we might be exposed to such blackouts, because there's no way of telling how strong the wind will be. And it takes some explanation to the man in the street that hydrogen is there to make sure that you always have electricity in your apartment. So that's the way to explain this technology, which is growing leapwise every couple of months, to make to domesticate sort of that novelty. There's always some fear around novelty. So this is to make sure that people realize that this is a well-known technology that is capable of complementing existing renewable energy sources. And I think that creating such a climate will help develop social acceptance for such capex, to appropriate more money to this, because let's face it, it's very capital intensive. Thomas, in your statement at the beginning, you mentioned collective transport and hydrogenization of public transport. For what you said, it sounds very much like going towards electromobility. What are the lessons learned from the first stage of going for RES? Well, hydrogen is competing against a technology that has been very well settled and domesticated in the market. We're talking about electromobility in the form of batteries. I think that after this wow moment, or very highly optimistic moment, we have arrived at a moment of growing energy prices. And the question is whether EVs are for everyone. Well, obviously not. It can be applied under urban conditions, but if we're talking about larger distances, there is no competition for hydrogen. And like I said before, we should show that whereas hydrogen is a universal medium, it's not going to be for everyone. And like many automotive companies have been forecasting, yes, small vehicles will be having the most important role in terms of battery-powered vehicles, but in medium and long-distance transport, hydrogen will be playing a key role. And I think today we can determine that without having to buy and operate a great number of hydrogen-powered vehicles. We already know that battery-powered vehicles have some limitations depending on the amount of power that can be accumulated. And when it comes to transporting energy, the larger the distance, the larger the battery. The larger the battery, the less the capacity of the vehicle. And that's why hydrogen-powered vehicles are a solution to the problem. So these are two complementary technologies. Thank you very much. we will be coming back to the topic of adjusting a certain technology to the conditions. Kolejne pytanie, które chciałbym skierować do profesora François Gazonsu, odnosi się do zalet tego, co odnosi się do wyboru odpowiedniej technologii produkcji wodoru i za jej pomocą, tego chciałbym się zapytać, w jaki sposób można wyciągnąć największe korzyści z warunków naturalnych w możliwie najkorzystniejszy sposób i jak może to pozwolić na kształtowanie kierunków badań w tym obszarze.
Sorry, if you could repeat the question, I'm not sure if it was for me. And I didn't understand the beginning of the translation.
Czy to było do mnie? Nie słyszałem początku tłumaczenia, z tym, że to nie było tłumaczone. To jeszcze raz sformułuję pytanie. Pytanie, które chciałbym do Pana skierować, Panie Profesorze, odnosi się do zalet w środowisku naturalnym. Jak w procesie wyboru produkcji wodoru możemy wybrać dla nas najlepszą opcję i w jaki sposób warunki naturalne mogą kształtować.
So if you mean by the natural environment condition, the idea of using renewable energy and how to effectively produce hydrogen from renewable energy, from what I understand, as you know, we already have technology to do so in wind, solar, or geothermal, and so forth. So really the question is not anymore, can we really transform renewable energy into hydrogen, but really how can we do that in a very effective way? And you have seen that there are targets, for example, where I'm sitting here in Sydney, in Australia, we have a target of $2 a kilo. And the biggest challenge to meet that target is actually the price of renewable electricity. And so how far you can decrease the cost of solar panel to do so, because as you know, in Australia, we have a lot of sun. And how this can compete with the domestic electrical market. So I think really to answer to your question, in terms of innovation, we need to decouple, or we need to have means to directly produce from renewable energy. And for example, decoupling electricity from hydrogen production and decoupling also water resources from hydrogen production, if you are to produce this hydrogen from water resources.
Przywołując różnego rodzaju przykłady, mówiąc o warunkach naturalnych. Wspomniał Pan o Australii, gdzie mamy duże przestrzenie, dużo słońca. Jak to odnosi się do sytuacji na przykład w Norwegii czy Japonii?
Well, in Japan, there is no much space for renewable. Also, Japan has a lot of coast, so you could think that Japan could produce hydrogen from wind offshore. The advantage of Australia is that we have plenty of space. The population is not so big. It's a very big country, so you could imagine that you could develop at scale a gigawatt system that could produce hydrogen at very large scale. And there are other countries in the world like Chile or Saudi Arabia that have this capacity where you have, for example, a lot of solar irradiance, and you could see that you could deploy across the country large farms that could produce this hydrogen at scale. In Norway, it's a different story again, not much sun there, but you may have some wind to produce that hydrogen at scale. And then the question is, what is the impact on the environment that everybody has to take also into account, because at some point, everybody will need a social license to operate. And you want to make sure that you build that social license properly, so you don't have a general public perception that becomes against hydrogen. And in Europe, for example, you have seen that with the wind farms. And if you take France, for example, or other countries, there is a lot of resistance against wind farms. So you don't want to end up in that situation where you have a lot of social license issues, and you can actually develop an industry that is responsible, but also enable to produce hydrogen at scale and is economically viable.
Dr. Paweł Gąsior of the Wrocław University of Technology. The next question is for you, and it's about the issue of hydrogen storage. Given your experience in hydrogen storage and the previous statement from Professor Jerzy Kaleta, who mentioned salt caverns, I'd like to ask you what it looks like in the context of daily losses, because as it seems that for hydrogen, methane seems to be transparent. How can you go around it? How can you what are the newest trends when it comes to hydrogen storage? Thank you very much for inviting me. Hydrogen storage involves various solutions for different types of hydrogen, where we're talking about organic or the use of various technologies. The best experiences relate to the use of concentrated hydrogen in composite or steel containers or from other materials. Of course, hydrogen permeates all sorts of plastics or materials, but there are some materials that can limit hydrogen leakage or permeation. So we can be talking about the loss of financial resources involving its generation. On the other hand, we have to deal with the degradation of materials that are directly exposed to hydrogen. When it comes to the possibilities of limiting, we can be talking about material solutions. In our team, we have colleagues who are chemists who are dealing with appropriate materials that can limit the hydrogen permeation through the walls. We're talking about the composite walls where the liner is made of plastics, and the same solutions can be applied to steel tanks or pipelines to limit the negative impact of hydrogen on the material structure of the materials from which the tank or the transport pipeline is made of. When it comes to hydrogen storage, the regulations are quite rigid, and they limit the use of materials to be used for building tanks or pipelines, and they largely limit hydrogen permeation. If we're talking about, for instance, the use for vehicles, the very standards limit the permeation to 6 cubic centimeters to the entire tank, so this is very small. And if we talk about hydrogen storage or sending, it's not that key. I mean, hydrogen leakage. However, it will make a greater difference, for instance, in aviation, where any leakage of gases can lead to catastrophic situations from the travel safety point of view. So different solutions are used in different cases. Well, here it would take some complementation. This question needs to be addressed by the industry. So the question goes to Mr. Janusz Zdeb from Tauron Company. To what extent is hydrogen contemplated as energy storage medium? If we're talking about energy storage in the form of hydrogen, this is an element which is still ahead of us, and it's being developed. At this moment, in our activities, we are involved in analyses and the work analyzed. We're rather focusing on hydrogen-based products, power tricks, or the convention of hydrogen used for urea or methanol. However, recently we've looked into the most environmental friendly solution, which is hydrogen and CO2 conversion to methane. We believe that in the case of methane, we have a lot of possibilities of using it because existing natural gas installations are in place. We're used to this. It can be transferred, and it only becomes the medium of green hydrogen. So that's where we perceive a certain opportunity for hydrogen to become a storage element of energy. But when it comes to long-term, large-scale storage through chemical storage, in our opinion, this direction involves converting hydrogen to methane, i.e. natural gas, where we can easily keep you looking at then in power-to-power technologies to be recaptured later, or by combining various sectors, energy, power, transport, then hydrogen can also be used in different lines of industry.
I understand, so we've got a tendency to process this hydrogen before it's stored. How all of this goes into the topics connected with Professor Kaneta when we talk about the salt taverns? The question to Professor Konsio. So when we talk about the storage of hydrogen, when we talk about the high-scale storage, so when we talk about passenger cars, so this is a few kilograms. So in case of caverns, this is the 100 tons of dozens tons of hydrogen which is stored. So this is just one question is the generation, then storing to be able to do that. But when we talk about experience connected with salt caverns, in the first ones were created in the US and UK in the 70s. They were used for petrochemical companies to store hydrogen, which would be you do not have information, so the data is missing. So this is also taken into account. We can collect some information. What is the influence of the hydrogen into caverns? Not all the salt beds are good enough to store hydrogen. So there are very specific places. So in Polska region would be taken into account to use these caverns. So when we have building and methane or liquid fuels, but storage of hydrogen in caverns is possible, but we have to learn how to do it. So we have to learn how to store hydrogen in this possibility. So you mentioned the scale, so caverns not yet. You mentioned hydrogen in transportation, application for vehicles. So the next question concerns differences between tanks, between application mobile and stationary. So what are the differences? the question of the price and the mass of tank. So if we talk about the passenger cars, we want to have it to be very light, so that the total loading capacity of the car is not limited, especially when we talk about the heavy transport. But when we talk about stationary tanks, we talk about so-called the second type, where part accumulating gas is made of steel, and cylindric part is made of a composite, which gets better parameters. From the construction design point of view, it's similar, but in the case of the tanks for the mobile application, we are talking about the composite of four type. So this part is not made of steel, but everything is made of plastic. Thank you very much for a very big response to this, well covering the response to this. So now we have technologies to store hydrogen, to process it, to use it. Professor, the question to Professor Mirosław Miller. In my question, I want to ask you about this less obvious, more alternative ways of generating hydrogen. Do we have to go only with the electrolyzers, or have we got any other opportunities? Welcome once again, and thank you very much for invitation to this panel. Before I shortly talk about this topic, I just would like to cool down our opinion about where we are in the hydrogen technologies. We've been applying hydrogen for many years in the fertilizer industry, mineral industry, production of chemicals, refineries, but everything these are individual chemical processes in the countries where this industry is well developed. In Poland, we do have, but even these technologies, they concern gray hydrogen. If we want to go into the economy with hydrogen and to the power industry, we start from the scratch. In many places, we will just start learning this, and this you can see in my responses and in my former speakers. And in some places, we know that there are some prototypes. Rescaling will require a lot of component for R&D. So for the next decades, scientists will have things to do. When we talk about research areas, when we talk about the generation of hydrogen, media tells us that the hydrogen will be done by electrolysis of the water. We have more and more of energy sources, RESs, so this electrolysis comes as a solution. And probably it will be the case. But this Excel spreadsheet is really demanding. Electrolysis is not very efficient. And above that, it is quite expensive because electricity is expensive. So when we talk about the price of hydrogen, there will be the question of the investment on infrastructure. What would be the efficiency of the panels, the access to wind and solar energy? And my former speakers mentioned that countries like Arabic or African countries or Chile, which has got quite an interesting strategy for hydrogen development. These countries will have a competitive advantage over other countries because their hydrogen will be cheaper because RES energy will be cheaper. As far as Europe is concerned, Denmark has got a lot of experience because they had a problem with their RESs when the Germans stopped to use their energy. 15 years ago, I saw electrolysis of their hydrogen. So then in Denmark, they did the electrolysis of water, so they were using the energy in the peak time, so the energy that you have to get rid of the network, so it was free of charge because it stabilized the network. And I think that in Europe, apart from the southern part, we will have a situation whereby that this hydrogen will be more expensive. It was mentioned that $2 per 1 kilogram of hydrogen. So this is the break-even price where hydrogen will be able to compete with natural gas. And these costs will amount to $6-7 per kilogram. So it's not competitive. But if part of it will be produced from over surplus from renewable energy sources, and it can be used as some kind of storage for energy that is free of charge, so the price can be cheaper. So this is how you have to approach it when you talk about the production using electrolyzers. What are the alternatives? The most promising and most advanced possibility, this is organic waste, municipal waste generation, and also from plastics. And this is a very promising technology due to this part that this is a big access to this waste, and we overcome the environmental program, so we liquidate the storage of waste and we solve the problem to store it, and so we get some money for reception. Today it's not a big amount because this is about 400-500 zlotys per 1 ton of waste. But when you have medical waste, this is 10,000 zlotys per ton. But then we gasify this waste, so we do not combust. So gasification is a different process. This is high temperature in plasma in a few thousand degrees centigrade, and this process helps us to steering the temperature and the pressure to get the syngas, which is hydrogen rich and with other components like carbon oxide. And we can either get hydrogen from that, or syngas is an interesting gas for power industry, power sector, even based on high temperature cells, SFC. It can be propelled with syngas or not clean hydrogen. So this is something which is the polymer and membrane PM, and the high temperature cells didn't mature from the market point of view. So this will be decades to come. So there are a few groups which are working on pyrolysis of which comes to the graphene or soot, and hydrogen. And this process would make it possible to separate coal from natural gas. So it would not be carbon footprint. Biomethane is neutral if we separate coal from it. It would be a process that would be with very low carbon footprint. I know 3 or 4 technologies like that. One of it is developed close to Warsaw by a company which is managing organic waste. It's worth mentioning processes which today are done in the labs. Dissociation of particles containing hydrogen, water or methylene, but without electrolysis, which is energy consuming process, but using other energy source. For instance, it could be laser radiation, which was done in Wrocław in the group. This is the lab technology at the moment. This is the technology of effective capturing hydrogen from methanol by graphene sponge, which was dumped into this methanol. This is some kind of novelty, but I think that the hydrogen era will trigger a lot of innovations in this direction, and we will see a lot of applications which will mean using various types of energy for dissociation of hydrogen carriers or particles that include hydrogen and do exist in naturally, like for instance water. It will not have market potential, but I guess there will be some that will compete with other methods that we know. Thank you very much for presenting these very important issues in detail. Since we are with these alternative methods of obtaining hydrogen, I would like to ask Janusz Step how at the moment hydrogen shapes the energy economy in Poland, and how these alternative methods can be used in this economy. European Union for some time, long time ago, put the direction in which set the direction how we should go about this. So we talk about the decarbonization of the power sector. The first regulations came about in 2010 when we talk about the CO2, and at the moment we have subsequent regulations coming here. So we have the Green Deal that we talked about, and so this is the Fit for 55 and the strategy for climate neutrality, or the integration of the energy systems. Everything means that the power sector must be transformed, must go towards the clean power sector. So here we are talking about the serious development of power sector from renewable energy sources. This power sector must be this power is unstable. The installed capacity, this is about the 15% when we talk about the mix. When we talk about the photovoltaic panels or wind farms, offshore, this is 20-25, but the percent of usage, but the clients want to have the continuity and the quality of the energy supplied. And in our opinion, energy storage or using the potential of hydrogen is justified. We saw it in many programs which were triggered when we talk about building or working on hydrogen technologies, on energy storage. You definitely have heard about the program Important Common interest, which is dedicated to the hydrogen economy. So there were over 500 projects that want to develop hydrogen economy and produce hydrogen and hydrogen infrastructure. We see that this direction is quite serious and is considered quite seriously. And this type of projects are aimed at breaking the barrier of entering the market on the commercial basis. And we have to take into account the Excel files, which shows some weaknesses when we talk about implementation of new technologies, especially the technologies that we talk about today, like hydrogen technologies. So we have to remember about the renewable energy, which allows us to look for some solutions. I think that the power sector as the industry should be involved in hydrogen technology development, even taking into account from the point of view how we have to do it and how we must do it. So we go into the new transformation, new industry, new transformation of the whole power system, and I think that this will be very important synergy between the sectors. So some connection of the power sector, automotive, chemical industry using hydrogen, and we also say that we had an element that wants to be well developed. This is the transformation which is very important.
To combine it with energy storage, because energy storage, be it in the form of hydrogen or other gas products, is the missing link in the development of RES. So if we can combine those elements, then we'll have a capacity of a fuller use of RES. It's also a matter of coordinating the coal-based power gen, which is the legacy and outgoing technology, with this one. That's why we are developing this over a couple of years. We've developed power-to-gas projects combined with coal-based power gen, showing that the combination of power-to-gas with coal-based power gen gives us greater flexibility, which automatically provides us with a greater opportunity to introduce more RES into the system, because we have a greater safety owing to this, and this energy can also be safely stored in the existing gas installations. So the intersectoral synergies, combining it with the energy storage and the development of hydrogen as well as hydrogen-based products. In our case, we're looking at methane. This should make us fluidly step into the new era of hydrogen-based economy in an evolutional rather than revolutionary manner, or evolutionary manner. As regards aspects connected with the forecast number of hydrogen consumers, as well as what you said about the lowered threshold of entrance, I'd like to ask how it corresponds to the more and more visible direction, which is local hydrogen generation. Is it considered that local hydrogen islands or ecosystems should be developed. I'd also like to allude to the micro grid presented by Tauron in Bytom. Yes, by all means. As I said before, we're talking about the dispersed generation development based on microgrids or regionalization. So it's definitely valid. Thank you for mentioning Tauron as the first energy company which commissioned the microgrid, or actually an R&D installation made up of PV panels, wind farms, and energy storage solutions. We are at the stage of launching that installation, as well as performing all sorts of R&D and test work to answer the question how we can safely work in a dedicated grid. The goal of it is to make sure that this microgrid can provide power to 54 local recipients, and the work will be about passing on to microgrid or island-based work. And I believe that these activities should be continued. A further element of such microgrids would be inclusion of dispersed district heating generation, or the use of SOFCs. You also mentioned different technologies connected with hydrogen generation. I'd like to mention a project which we prepared, that's hydrogen forward project, and we want to develop a regional ecosystem based on waste gasification towards the production of methane, as well as supporting it with RESs to achieve as great a flexibility as possible. This direction has been developed in Europe. There have been several such products, like also hydrogen gasification is developed in Germany based on the Scandinavian technology to be launched in 2023. We believe that our activities that we've been involved in for several years are part of mainstream solutions, and the Hydrogen Poland project that we want to develop forms part of that, because here we are showing the comprehensive value chain involving RES, PV cells, wind farms, hydrogen generation, syngas, maximization of SSNG. At this stage of economic development, we can see that for hydrogen to be applied, we need the right climate and support system. This has to be ensured by the local country, by the government, and hydrogen technologies have their potential, which could be inspired by what I would call a dripper solution, powered from or supplied from the national budget or the EU budget, to break the first barriers and to be able to market the technology in a safe way, as well as to show the first references and functionalities to be able to go for the energy transformation. So to wrap it up, yes, the local ecosystems are what it takes, because then we are departing from the coal-based monoculture. We should support, we should base our power generation system on various supports, first of all by using local fuels, local generation, development of local ecosystems, power regionalization, or by organization of it in terms of hydrogen valleys or energy clusters. Thank you very much May I ask Tomek Liniak to address it? What I'd like to add is that for developing such ecosystems, it will be very important to you apply them in public transport. You can actually see it by the applications submitted for H buses, hydrogen-based buses. For instance, Poznan will be obtaining hydrogen from the gasification of municipal waste. In Rybnik, there will be also a hydrogen generation station, or there will be a local source of green hydrogen. We're talking about one more aspect where today, as long as the price is so high, those ecosystems will be local. It's a matter of transporting hydrogen, because if we're talking about hydrogen price, some time ago I talked to a representative of bus manufacturers manufacturing hydrogen-powered buses well, since recently, and you can buy actually hydrogen for $3-4 a kilo. The problem is that that hydrogen needs to be transported, and this causes for this price to be much higher. But if you subtract the transport price, well, actually this enterprise would be economically feasible even today. So that's why local dispersed energy generation will be growing in that direction, where we're going to have islands, be it in Poland, in Europe, hydrogen islands that will be expanding their scope until they merge into one huge hydrogen continent or an entire country. So basically, I believe that it's key to stimulate the growth of those islands by funding. And when it comes to technology, as the previous speakers from the realm of science have said, we know that sooner or later we can expect some breakthrough. Research is being conducted in various directions, so something might lead to a breakthrough, and such breakthrough will mean a radical change to the generation and transport, and that will mean that the Excel files will be in green again. Thank you very much. We're by drawing to a close of this session. That's why I'd like to ask each of the speakers to briefly wrap up the challenges for researchers that we're in for going forward in the next years, months, perhaps days. Professor. I think that hydrogen is a splendid topic to be researched, and the prospects are better than in the case of other energy storage, such as lithium ion or kinetic solutions, because hydrogen has many applications both in transport as well as in the energy sector as well as in the chemical industry. If someone who has excess of energy will produce hydrogen, we're going to have many customers depending on the economic plausibility. So this versatility of applications will mean that we will need a lot of research, and each of them can arrive at some value chain, generating a new business, a new subsector, and new developments of developing that fuel. To samo pytanie do profesora François Agezon-Zonsu. Jakie są oczekiwane kierunki badań w obszarze wodoru najbliższych miesięcy, lat, czy też nawet dni?
So if the question was addressed to me, I think storage is a key issue that needs to be sorted. Unless we can find new ways to store hydrogen beyond compression and liquefaction or convert into green chemical, we really need to develop advanced materials. So my research group, for example, is developing on solid state material. I strongly believe that this is a big opportunity to get those solid state material to the field and develop new generation.
Dr. Paweł Gąsior? I can say that when we started working on hydrogen several years ago, the main topic of interest was hydrogen storage near the generation areas. And when the direction changed, everybody started talking about using hydrogen also in fixed power generation. Right now we're using hydrogen as a raw material in the chemical industry, for instance, in generating green steel or fertilizers, artificial fertilizers, something that can be supported by the development of hydrogen-based technologies. However, the key element is the end consumer and the price of hydrogen, and this involves the power prices. It is estimated that the cost per kilogram of the capex is at the level of 20 to 30%. The rest of it is the cost of energy applied to produce hydrogen. So I'm sure there's still a lot to be done. Thank you very much. What's Dr. Janusz Zdeb's opinion about this? We have a lot of challenges ahead because there's a number of technologies that should be integrated among each other, and that's a huge challenge for local systems, local grids to arise, to cooperate with one another. And that's what the doctor said just a moment ago. The challenge consists in obtaining hydrogen at the lowest price possible. So such solutions and seeking technologies that could enable the combination with the existing system or gas grids or some other infrastructure, local infrastructure, to create the optimum solutions cost-wise. That's also something that the representative of Storm has said, to make sure that the Excel file starts showing green or black figures instead of red. So basically, it's about using the right infrastructure, and there's long years of work ahead of us to develop the optimum solution. Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm convinced that this decade we will witness a technological breakthrough, be it in terms of electrolyzer capacity or storage. It's hard to say, maybe in both areas. The integration, I think it's more of an organizational issue, let's face it, because power generation is traditionally siloed. And what we need is an overlapping or overarching element. And I think this overarching element might be energy prices, because for half a year, in filling in your gas tanks or paying your electricity bills, you can see what it looks like. And it's very important because at the initial stage of going for hydrogen, it's not going to be cheap, let's face it. We're going to be incurring large costs in terms of capex, as well as the cost of hydrogen is going to be large. So to obtain social acceptance for spending those billions will mean that paradoxically high energy prices can favor the fact that the social party might accept that in the long run it has to be a little bit worse to make sure that it's a little bit better later. So for the first years the energy is going to be very expensive, but around 2030 the chances are, and in fact it's almost certain, that the cost will drop and the energy will not only be green but also cheap. Thank you very much for your wrap-up. So indeed, The economy and the omnipresent Excel sheet will be one of the determinants of research directions in the nearest future. Thank you very much to all of you gentlemen for participating in this panel. The panel devoted to hydrogen R&D. My guests have been Tomasz Dominiak of TOR Economic Advisors Team, Professor François Agezonsou, Professor of the University of Sydney, Dr. Paweł Gąsior of the Warsaw University of Technology, Professor Mirosław Miller from the University of Life Sciences in Wrocław, and Dr. Engineer Janusz Zdeb from Tauron Distribution Company. My name is Jędrzej Matla, and I'm the PhD student at the Warsaw University of Technology. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Chcesz postawić pierwszy krok na zagranicznych rynkach? Planujesz rozwój swojej firmy? Wierzysz, że twój produkt może podbić świat? Eksperci PAIH z różnych części świata pomogą zrealizować twój biznesowy plan. Eksport, inwestycje, partnerstwo.
Ci, którzy są wystarczająco szaleni, by myśleć, że zmienią świat, są tymi, którzy go zmieniają. Steve Jobs. Zmieniaj świat razem z nami. Poznaj nowy wymiar sprzedaży w internecie, nowoczesny sposób prezentowania produktów, usług i biznesu. Poznaj MetaJar. Nowoczesną i fotorealistyczną wirtualną przestrzeń, przenoszącą Twój biznes i klientów w nowy wymiar handlu w internecie. MetaJar to innowacyjne rozwiązanie dające możliwość znacznego obniżenia kosztów wejścia do wirtualnego świata biznesu, szybkiego i intuicyjnego wystawiania oraz zamawiania produktów w przestrzeni 3D, tworzenia tematycznych i branżowych grup biznesowych, tworzenia i udziału w wirtualnych targach na całym świecie, komunikowania się poprzez czat, wideo oraz głos. Twórz z nami nowoczesną i niczym nieograniczoną przestrzeń biznesową. Odkryj MetaJar.
Chcesz postawić pierwszy krok na zagranicznych rynkach? Planujesz rozwój swojej firmy? Wierzysz, że twój produkt może podbić świat? Eksperci PAIH z różnych części świata pomogą zrealizować twój biznesowy plan. Eksport, inwestycje, partnerstwo.
Ci, którzy są wystarczająco szaleni, by myśleć, że zmienią świat, są tymi, którzy go zmieniają. Steve Jobs. Zmieniaj świat razem z nami. Poznaj nowy wymiar sprzedaży w internecie, nowoczesny sposób prezentowania produktów, usług i biznesu. Poznaj MetaJar. Nowoczesną i fotorealistyczną wirtualną przestrzeń, przenoszącą Twój biznes i klientów w nowy wymiar handlu w internecie. MetaJar to innowacyjne rozwiązanie dające możliwość znacznego obniżenia kosztów wejścia do wirtualnego świata biznesu, szybkiego i intuicyjnego wystawiania oraz zamawiania produktów w przestrzeni 3D, tworzenia tematycznych i branżowych grup biznesowych, tworzenia i udziału w wirtualnych targach na całym świecie, komunikowania się poprzez czat, wideo oraz głos. Twórz z nami nowoczesną i niczym nieograniczoną przestrzeń biznesową. Odkryj MetaJar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again on the virtual fair. My name is Grzegorz Gałczyński and I am your moderator. We have just finished a panel about the R&D for hydrogen technologies. Very interesting panel which showed us the future. And now we are going to go into the future in a little bit different aspect, because Poland is one of the most attractive destinations for foreign investors. Last year we broke the record. This is 3.5 billion euros in investments in the pipeline of the Polish Agency for Investment and Trade. We have over 200 investments worth of over 12 billion euros. So this is high technology investments in most of most of them are, and they are going to generate over 20,000 jobs. In spite of very difficult period in which the whole Europe found itself, we expect the dynamics, especially when we talk about FDIs, will not be changed. So what does it mean? It means that we will have to have appropriate human resources to do it. Poland is very attractive. 25% have got higher education. This is over 37% of the whole working population. We are going to talk how to shape human resources. So we would like to invite you to the panel Jobs in the Industry of the Future Human Resources. The moderator shall be Anna Shostakiewicz, Institute of the Fluid Flow Machinery, Kenzo Foundation. This is the conversion of the energy, the Polish Academy of Science, and I would like to invite all the participants, our hydrogen society. I would like to invite Mariola Żmudzińska, the Polish National Agency, Conservation Agency, Krzysztof Świerk, Director for the Social Council of the Automotive Competence. Welcome to Ziemowit Socha Education Research Institute, and live to online. We have Przemysław Miller, who is during the international fair connected with the Academy of the New Mechanic, and Chris Kavach, Meet Hydrogen, who represents our hydrogen world, and he is popularizing this sector. I just would like to start untypically, because I would like to start from a quotation. Maybe you don't know all of it, but I would like to quote in 1874, Mysterious Island was written. I would like to quote it because this would be ideal introduction to our panel. So what will you use how call water? Water. They will put the locomotives, water to use, water. They will put it into the components, and then by electricity, then it would be very easy to use. So yes, my friends, I think that the water will be used as the human. So the hydrogen and oxygen will be the source of light and heat with the power that coal will not use. So water is the future of the future. So we say that I just would like to ask the question about these jobs, as it was put at the very beginning. We will need a lot of highly qualified people. I was the coordinator of the Polish hydrogen agreement. We were just thinking about how these human resources should look like to go into this hydrogen economy. That is why I would like to ask our Madam President, because the National Agency for Energy Conservation, this is the agency which runs international national projects on energy efficiency audits and also building the awareness in the hydrogen economy and low emission economy. The question to you, two basic questions, most important questions that I would like to direct to the agency. How to build social awareness to save energy and the role of the fuels. Thank you very much for the invitation for today's conference. The National Agency for Energy Conservation has been working for 20 years to improve efficiency, energy efficiency, limit green gases, and we try to cooperate within all these challenges that come together. We execute projects, making some analysis, preparing feasibility studies, preparing various elements. And one of the things that we have a lot of experience in, this is the education. The education which is in front of us, this is the education that we should do in a very intensive way, very broad way, and in a very diligent way, starting from the youngest, because children and the habits are the future. But you know yourselves that we were taught by kids how we should behave. So let's start with shaping the kids. Then let's go into the youth. The teenagers that have their look for their place on the planet. Students or people who are during their professional education, who will be able to look after these topics when we talk about the future. But we have to remember about the people who are professionally active. So all the educational work, additional studies should be aimed at this group. And this is important that we should inform about the basis. Why are we interested in this? We have to remember about the benefits for the society. We have to combine business and science, because unless we combine this, we have no time to do this. We have to be going into practice in a very concrete way. When I talked about education, I wanted to mention the energy conservation. About a few years ago, we finished the educational project that we did in Ukraine. We trained over 400 energy auditors, who are highly specialized people in this respect. So here we have many situations where they will help with developing these ideas. I had an experience to go to the secondary school. It was the faculty about the biology and chemistry, and we started to talk about the hydrogen, about how world sees hydrogen, what future we can expect, and how quickly it goes into our life. And teenagers were taken by surprise. They said it's quite an an interesting meeting, because this is what they thought a few minutes ago. This is maybe not. This is not something that they had to do. The future can be different, can be interesting. There might be different challenges. I just would like to refer to the Polish hydrogen strategy, and I had an opportunity to observe it. But this is the supreme objective is to create Polish hydrogen sector and development to get the climate neutral economy. That means that we have to get ready for it, because we do have some directions ready and we just have to execute them. I just would like to talk about the activities of the National Fund for Environment and Water Management. So here they encourage and they finance development of the issues connected with hydrogen. So the recent contests that are supporting zero emission transportation, and this summary about the education. This is the assumption that in 2030 we will not register new cars, diesel engine cars, based on diesel engines. That means that we have a very short period of time to prepare our economy and educate it in such a way so that it can answer it from the professional point of view. We want to encourage you to refer to it, but the question is how can we build this awareness, and who should do these challenges? We should react, all of us should react, and as we have this conference today, I had an opportunity to listen to what's going on here, and I think that this mission of education was presented here. We had all the technological issues, and we could see where Poland is, where the world is. We know that we are the third hydrogen generator in Europe, the fifth in the world. So this is quite good beginning in this new challenge. I don't want to talk about the green and the gray hydrogen, because it will continue, but this education concerns all of us. Citizens, companies, regardless of the age, passions, we need to know, understand, and to try to get to know more. And I would like to refer to the project, because the National Agency for Energy Conservation, we have positive acceptance from the European Commission of our project, which is aimed at local authorities. The national integrator of the zero emission of public transport propelled with hydrogen, but also electromobility. We will advise to local authorities to promote zero emission transportation. So filling station, buying the buses. I put the elements here because this is a big project, a big support from EPI, and we will do evaluation and the technical analysis, feasibility studies, preparation of the applications for financing, support with various procedures of getting various permissions. My reflection is we see quite a lot of technological issues, the legal issues, and all these information confirms and makes referring to the quotation that was presented, that we approach with big and quick steps to the hydrogen era. Thank you very much. Would anybody like to refer to what was said? Just briefly, as to these young people who get new experience within the Academy of New Mechanic, we started to build some awareness of this hydrogen ecology. And here there was some cooperation which appeared. So here we can see a very nice information to these young people. They are interested in the technology and they can confirm that it is this positive working within this education, and this is purely connected with the hydrogen. We have loading station, charging stations with green energy applied, and this is very important for people. Przemek, thank you very much. I just would like to say that generally speaking, that this is thousands of young people who want to be a mechanic or a painter or repair the electrical or hydrogen propelled vehicles. So you've been working for some time in the automotive industry, and you just show how important it is, the energy and the hydrogen and so on. So I'm happy that you have this mission and you have this in the motorized automotive industry. And I just would like to say that I would like to hand the floor over to Krzysztof Świerk, who represents the board for the competencies, takes into account the automotive industry. This is the platform to exchange experience of the formal and informal education with entrepreneurs. They build partnerships and they work on educational issues. This is a very key element. That is why I would like to ask, how can we prepare the Polish companies for the revolution of hydrogen-based economy? Are we able to provide personnel for this? Companies. Thank you very much for the question. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank very much for my modest presence in this panel in a conference that is organized by the National Agency for Investment and Trade, because I think that this development is very dynamic. That is why this question is justified. Over the 2 days of this conference, because we are approaching towards the end, we saw the problems connected with the hydrogen technology and the problems which appear very quickly. So it can be divided into 3 essential elements. On the one hand, technology of using hydrogen. On the other hand, we touched upon the technological issues. So how we could transfer this hydrogen and how legal regulations refer to it, and are they okay, and do they work? Yesterday we found out that this hydrogen technology is not new. It was used to the less degree than it is at the moment. That is why we have the 4th element connected with something that we can call safety and or safety certificates used by the people. Everything has got a business aspect. You cannot do it without spreadsheet or Excel, which at the end of the day, will give us positive result for the business. Everything boils down to the fact on how you can solve the aspect of financing and sources of financing, and is business ready to get the full cost to implement it. Yesterday we had a very interesting discussion Mr. Janusz Kobus mentioned how it would look like to apply hydrogen technology to produce glass, and when it could happen, would it be connected with closing down the lines and so on. So we talked about the aspects, but if you want to talk about this technology and its future, we have to remember that obviously R&D will be supporting the process of hydrogen technologies development, but introduction it in a mass scale requires, unfortunately, venture both from the business and the preparation of appropriate human resources, because it must be group of people who would have appropriate knowledge and skills to apply and implement these technologies, regardless of what it's gonna be. Will it be automotive industry, as I represented? Obviously, this is also different because different specialists will be needed for production facilities to produce subcomponents, or as the total vehicles, which happens, and other people would be needed to service and operate these vehicles, because this service area will be changing dynamically. Other specialists will be needed to introduce hydrogen technologies to produce energy for car manufacturing. That is why this area is very broad. And we have to clearly set the question of flexibility of formal education. So if we say that there is new technology coming in, and if we say that we have to react very quickly, that education should start from the younger years, and introduction of knowledge, basic knowledge, should be started with the primary then secondary school, I do agree with this. But if we talk about flexibility of the formal education, we know how it looks like. Introduction of new program, like for instance technical secondary school. This is preparation of the curriculum, recruitment for this faculty. Then for instance in secondary school, technical school, this is 5 years. So it's 7-8 years. Obviously, you can accelerate it a little bit with some regulations and connect it with the experiments, pedagogical experiment. But this is the time which is too long. There are some solutions, as the Polish Chamber, Automotive Chamber, we do some introduction of this type of things for the automotive industry, which allow to give some additional skills in the formal education. But we have to remember that this is much smaller unit of knowledge than the one that we assume in the curriculum. What does it mean? That means that today we just say how we are going to accumulate or to store hydrogen. A young person can get the knowledge, but before they get the practice,
In the operation of hydrogen storage facilities, this is a very large period. Coming back to the question, I believe that today formal education can be supportive, and it should be supportive. So indeed, unfortunately, there's a huge challenge to the Ministry of Education and Science to invite R&D centers and companies that are on top of hydrogen technologies to get involved in writing the right curricula, to provide the background to schools, to prepare teachers. That's massive work to be able and develop hydrogen-based technologies in our country as soon as possible. It's not doable without staffing. I mean, let's face it, the numbers of fans are huge in our country, but not enough to scale it up. And when we're talking about scaling up, we have to remember that this is the main business objective, because business will get involved in developing hydrogen technologies if those technologies can be scaled up for the right purposes going forward. Which means that if it doesn't have enough staff, resources, unfortunately it won't be able to scale up and to accumulate the profits it expects. Hence, other than thinking that business has to be active today in terms of R&D, that business has to be active today and take care of the legislative process, both at the national and European level, which was mentioned yesterday. Also, the same business today has to devise the way of supporting, perfecting, and training future staff who will be working in this area. And I'm not only talking about young graduates of formal schools, but also reskilling and upscaling of those who are in the labor market today. So if we are focusing today on, I believe that our current panel is very important. If we're focusing on these elements, on which technology is optimum, what will bring us as close as possible to achieving the objective of getting the largest, earning the largest revenues at the lowest cost. Well, based on my experience in various projects, I know that this is not doable without active involvement of business and without including hydrogen strategy development. I mean, without involving future skills of staff. I think the future winner will be the one who will take it to heart and build the right skill building process as part of their strategy. To wrap up, I'd like to add that whereas until recently we had a rather archaic approach in Poland to acquiring new technologies and new competencies and skills, because I have the pleasure of representing the Central Examination Committee and various other bodies. It's important to make sure in the process of development to use new standards that have been described in the Act on the Integrated Qualification, Skills and Qualification acquisition, rather than condition it on people who will be conveying the same skills. Those people are necessary, but standards are in place. They need to be applied. A partner should be to be attracted to help this. This is about the description of the learning process, validation, qualification, and so on. I could talk at length about it, but this process is ready as of today. It only needs to be implemented. Thank you very much, Krzysztof. I can see that Dr. Ziemowit-Socha wants to address it. So, of the Educational Research Institute. So, Ziemowit, how would you like to address this? Thank you very much for the invitation and giving me an opportunity to take part in this discussion. I'd like to address the previous two interventions, not because I disagree, quite on the contrary, I agree, but I'd like to just wrap them up and dot some I's. Basically, everything that has been mentioned, whatever has been said is correct, but I'd like to build my narrative around this. It's for education to meet two conditions. First of all, it should be reliable as observed, and it should be correct and adjusted to the labor market needs. And this involves demographic needs. More people leave the labor market than those that enter the labor market. So formal education in schools and universities should be the time to be used to make sure that a given person graduating from a school, the sooner they enter the market as a ready-made employee, the better. But of course, formal education cannot provide you with all the skills. I mean, it shouldn't even try to chase up with it, because it gives you some general skills, but as for specialized skills, they are subject to change. I mean, they change owing to the changing needs, investments that crop up and appear, and new ones. Well, they're basically variable. So specialized skills should stem from non-formal education or from hands-on experience. So that's why we should pay attention to schools, the formal education, but also the non-formal education sector is very important. All sorts of training companies, courses, if we're talking about also this, we're talking about new methods, hybrid training involving e-learning, virtual contacts, as well as in-person contact in the training room. It can be based on workshop methods or more practice-oriented. So some things that have been done together by combining practice and theory, some things can be recorded in the form of e-learning material, and the time should be focused, I mean, in terms of the time spent with a trainer, to shape the skills which are necessary in the labor market. So we also need to update the skills and learning and teaching how to learn. So I should say that these are meta competences, meta skills. This is also an area that needs to be paid attention to. It has also been mentioned in the previous discussions whether the Polish schooling system is ready for that. I believe the system is the Act on Education, integrated education, everything that is around integrated education, the labs of the future implemented by the Ministry of Science. But I think the system is not only ready, but also schools are preparing for it. I'd like to ask a question alluding to what you said. I mean, our schools and educational system are schools and educational system ready for hydrogen? Let me repeat it. The schools are preparing better and better, but I'm sure that the system as such is ready. There are the appropriate regulations in place. It's only a matter of using the legal tools that have been prepared, and also to use the groups of people that have arisen, owing to which stakeholder networking has arisen, like for instance skills, sectoral skills teams. So basically, as part of implementing the perspective 2014-21 in terms of EU funds. So this stakeholder networking is a good practice going forward. And how do the newly arising hydrogen valleys correspond to that are to combine universities and experts and to moderate regional skills? Because I know that each of the valleys is to stand out somehow. Don't you perceive it as an opportunity to support universities to make sure that the industry obtains the right skills corresponding to those needs and the industry that is located in a given area? And to address it, I can see Krzysztof wants to address it, and probably Przemysław Miller will also be willing to say something, but Krzysztof first. Perhaps hydrogen valleys will be the solution. I have no way of knowing, because I don't know the structure, how it would actually function, but I beg to differ with Ziemowit. Whereas the school system is better, and some changes that have occurred over the last years basing on so far experience and experts, among others the Institute of Educational Research, as well as people from the ministry who want to communicate with business. There have been some changes and solutions implemented. However, they don't have a broad context of implementation in the correctly prepared way, in the very centers and schools. This is one problem. Secondly, the system is not prepared because we don't have the teaching staff that could be prepared in terms of their skills, let alone infrastructure, because I'm talking about en masse schools don't have are not prepared for this. So I believe that all in all, as of today, we are not prepared. I mean, if you take a look from the business perspective at it, whether the educational or even university system is prepared for the implementation of hydrogen technologies, I should say no. Well, I believe we generally agree, but except that I looked at the half full glass and you paid attention to the half empty part. But it's true. I think Chris Quash from Me Hydrogen should address it because both gentlemen prepared a hydrogen manual and they are very close to education and they have an overview. Also agree to beg to differ, also because we have the best Polish scientists who are prepared to convey that knowledge, to teach teachers so they could just train next generations how to develop hydrogen. I'm sure you would like to address it, Krzysztof. Well, if I may, yes, definitely, I'll be happy to take the floor. Welcome, everyone. Hello from Poznan. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you, but unfortunately I have next obligations and another meeting in the afternoon that requires from me to be on the spot. It's been a very interesting discussion. I definitely agree with Krzysztof, who mentioned that the formal path has to go its own way and it has to mature because the development of the educational plan will take some time. We are on the business side because Me Hydrogen, we support hydrogen technologies and we need experts. We're contacted by customers who cannot find the right staff for their own storage solutions or the last mile solutions. They just come to us and they say that they cannot find entities to help them implement in the implementations they have prepared. So this is an element that we were confronted with at the beginning of our work when we were starting up our work. That's why this element of organic work is in our DNA of our company and our brand. We decided that at the stage of market development that we have, actually laying the foundations of hydrogen-based economy, cooperation is more important than competition. I believe that developing the hydrogen awareness at this moment is good for everyone. So cooperating in this area, knowledge sharing and the dissemination of knowledge popularizes the technology, and at the end of the day we'll all benefit because the more people are aware of this, the more entities can re-enter the market. That's why the projects that we are developing, and I hope to have the time to discuss them, these are projects focusing on shaping the basis, information related basis in terms of the hydrogen technologies and the technologies which are in place. And for other entities, the awareness of entities present in the market is the best solution for us, and we try to do it in our daily operating work. And the entire segment of the hydrogen economy is connected with organic education. This is all combined. So I believe that this solution, given the part of processes around the market, is optimum, and I'm sure we'll be continuing our work in that direction. But I'll probably tell you more in just a moment. So let me just finish on that. Okay, may I pass on to a question to Przemysław Müller, who was active in asking, making some statement. We can see him live during the mechanic championships, so we can see the organic work connected with building the awareness of hydrogen-related technologies. I would never miss asking Joanna Kubit, who implemented actually the hydrogen technologies in Krosno. So I'd like to ask you, how can schools, trade schools, implement that? You work with thousands of schools. Well, an interesting thing, we broke a record owing to the passion of young people. We had 3,300 two-man teams, which gives us a tremendous result of 6,600 participants. Now you can see over 100 students from different trade schools connected with mechanics, also agricultural mechanics, who run around here and learn about products. And the question that you are making in our activities, that's the idea of teaching from the perspective of market expectations. We have to look at what the labor market expects from us. In the championships, we keep talking to our partners what would be of interest for the young person to be able to do. It is key whether our basic competences are enough, and the answer is enough. Well, it's a historical basis. We don't want to undermine the entire qualification base. That framework is necessary. If I talk to the others, the counterparty, the caregivers, we say that we teach them, and by giving them the foundations, we try to make sure that they can develop based on those foundations. And the process of learning, which is key and is necessary to learning something. I'm emphasizing the word learning, because if we can make everyone launch a learning process supported by people supervising that process, we would arrive at a perfect situation, because self-education is acquiring the knowledge that we need, which means that we want to learn something so it's easier to absorb it. And that's the key to the whole learning process. Whatever we learn is a question of how we present that need. If we have a company that needs to invite people who have some foundations, some basis, we're talking about the knowledge about the hydrogen technology, the application, and what hydrogen-based world could look like. We already have this hydrogen-related thread in our communication when we talk about involving young people, young mechanics. So we show that it makes sense to go towards green energy. We're talking about EVs and charging stations. We have already laid the foundations for a new job at ZSK. This was about building hybrid vehicles. We keep talking about the process of decommissioning vehicles. Historically, we must prepare for that. I don't want to extend this. I could talk at length about this, but I've been talking to young people and their caregivers. Those people know they have to learn something. We offer them market competences, market skills, something that our partners have in their technological offer. If we can see that this technology is here and now and it contains the basics of knowledge on what the employer expects, then we take care of the problem of learning. If you want to work for that, Premek, a roaring V7 or an electric vehicle. Let me tell you that we keep working with Grzegorz Duda to make sure that the combustion engine could be transformed into some hydrogen technologies. We are at the stage of implementation solutions. I don't want to share any secrets, but the information on hydrogen is broken somehow. And we submitted it there that last year we started working with V8 engine, which is supposed to be launched under the hydrogen and energy. And once it's there, we let you know. Let me only comment on what Przemysław Miller said. For what I know, there's also a Premier Plus mark, an even more flexible approach to micro skills. Yes, that's what I wanted to touch upon in the latter part of my intervention, because we're talking about some skills, things people have learned, and in the validation process it's key to be able to state that someone knows how to do it and to provide evidence or certification of this. And plus certification is a way of confirming that a person has learned the skills as part of a campaign. For instance, as part of the lube campaign, they've been exposed to platinum oil lubricants. Then we have Filtrum and Topics with their My Neo Tools campaign. They also show specific technologies that they use in the application of tools, specialized tools. So we show market competences, and by giving them this distinction, we show that someone has these skills and they can work on them. So this is like a digital distinction that accompanies a person and will be issued. So this we are waiting till for the end of the pilot.
The next question is it worth introducing this program innovation in cooperation with employer? I think we are the biggest organism in Poland which confirms this. Getting new partners into our idea shows that until now companies haven't approached it correctly, because they have some questions of running classes and so on. And here this is in an option where young people do work together with this company. They get to know, they get to learn the technology, and this is the reason why. I'm sorry, I can not hear. Unfortunately, there is no connection with Przemek. We hope to have him back. Maybe taking this opportunity and looking at Greece, we can come back to our interesting discussion. How can we speak with the language of benefits? How can we access make sure that we have the access of specialists by education? Since Przemek is gone, I just would like to say with V8, hydrogen propelled V8. So here we have some case study that we can based off that. So we have the V8 of the internal combustion on hydrogen. You can see, as Krzysztof mentioned before, hydrogen technology is developing so quickly that soon you can see that it is supposed to be that we'll have the fuel cell and then energy and then we go. And now it turns out that this segment of the internal combustion engines, hydrogen propelled segment is so well developed that in a year or two we might have a few technologies and we will see which one will win on the market. I think that if V8 is propelled with hydrogen and if it's got zero emission, it's optimum solution. Coming back to your question, I generally speaking, apart from dealing with hydrogen, I am marketing by education and it is my passion as well. So getting there is one of the basic issues. We have to remember that the target group to which we build our communication uses information in a completely different way and verifies this in a different way. the objective that we have. This is a segment of people that we have to get with our communication in the material which is ordered with us. These are people in the technical universities or at the beginning of universities. So we get into the teenagers or people who are at the beginning of their studies. So we are just talking about the Z people. So they are born after the year 2000 and long millennials. Why is it so important? Because on everyday basis they use different educational communication sources. 99% is connected with online, so Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. This is how they communicate, and this is where you have to get to them with their communication. If we talk about the opening this funnel from which we can get potential human resources, building interesting communication in the network, this is the base on which we have to concentrate with our activities. I am passionate on digital network. I'm not a teenager, but I like social media and I like digital, and I think that the potential is in combining these two tools together. And if we are to talk about this, and we have to remember about building this communication, building the whole structure, preparing the content for the people must be based on these basic things. Language of benefits is universal, similar to each generation. We have to remember that millennials generation or Z generation is the generation for whom the ecology is very important. Greenhouse effect, climate changes are the elements that they are very much interested and integrated with. Over 70% of teenagers are interested in energy transformation, and over 30 participate in many actions connected with these issues. Creating all the communication and showing that potential work in the future is the thing that creates everything. So this creates place for the future, and this is one of the most important part to create things so that what you do makes sense. And changing this has to be taken into account. Everybody else, we are here. We are at the beginning of the big energy revolution, because in front of us we have some challenges. So reduction of CO2 by half, and by 2050 or 16 at zero. So this is Paris Treaty. This is something that is in front of us. So this is something that is connected with using energy and creating it without greenhouse gases emission. So this is the change which is going to take place within the next 30 or 40 years. So this is the work for the next 1 or 2 generations. And people who start their professional career in 15 years' time, they will get the second, the third wave of people who decide to go into this business as experienced managers. So being in this first wave is very attractive element for people who get their professional career. It's worth emphasizing in our communication. So being in the elite group with experience, with the knowledge, guarantees high remuneration on the market, but this is obvious. As you say, I think that when you talk young people, they don't understand energy transformation by being climate neutral. All of them want to live in clean, nice planet so that they don't have to look for a different word. And what I quoted at the beginning, that the water is to be the coal of the future, it's to be some kind of prerequisite of the future. So the water and the sun will give the good things all over the world, and 2 plus 2 equals 5. Exchange of knowledge, trust, give a lot of opportunities. We are at the beginning of this road thanks to international cooperation. We are at the international conference, so I would like to encourage all the international societies to do this. We are the third hydrogen generation. Obviously it's not very clean, but if we combine our colleagues with Spain or Japan, we can make good things. We have to learn on the basis of what others do, and we have to get the best practice which show which mistakes we should not make. So now I would like to go to the second question. Are there any case studies that can be showing this kind of solutions and the concept of creating this type of projects? Again, you mentioned rightly, and in the first intervention, I also mentioned that you can sum it up with one sentence, that at this stage, cooperation is better than competition. Creating a hydrogen-based economy will bring about the benefits on the market. And we are at the stage of creating this technology, that we should create our good solutions, and then I would like to say how we can I would like to show how these good studies look like, because as you mentioned, we had an opportunity to cooperate with many entities on the market. In Wielkopolskie Voivodeship, we are based in Poznań, and we are very closely connected with the Wielkopolskie Voivodeship and the whole project Hydrogen Poland 2050, and the platform that was created alongside this project. And we were to co-create and prepare the first hydrogen manual for the to the order of the Marshal Office from Wielkopolska. This is for secondary students and university students. Why could we do it? Because we have a team of experts. There are few of them in Poland, and the fact that we managed to create a group, supporting group, thanks to which we can create such ambitious projects, is a great success. So we have the people from the Poznań Academy of Science. We've got the molecular physics faculty, which works very well in the hydrogen area, and then experts work on the membranes in the fuel cell. So PM membrane is the most important part of the fuel cell, and they make very nice ambitious projects using the materials the insert into the membrane, so that you can increase the temperature a few degrees up. There is a cellulose, and then we could talk about it a long time, but this is not the main topic. But anyway, these are people who for many years as experts have been working for years on hydrogen, and they are in the R&D work. So cooperation with so experienced people who develop the segment on everyday basis gave us an opportunity to create some working material which was prepared within the conspect or the book manual, which we describe the whole hydrogen economy, starting from the history of hydrogen and what's going on, and obviously quotations of from Julius Verne could be added over there as well. So there are some areas concerning hydrogen storage, hydrogen in the transport, and the basis of the hydrogen in economy. It was based on virtual media. We have a lot of visual materials which are very important as supplementary materials. There are quite a lot of interesting charts, and everything was created from the basis. And these manuals are given to the Marshall Office, and this is the basis for the secondary school education. The second project that I would like to mention very quickly, because this is the open project that we created in cooperation. This is the Manchester Innovation Center. This is one of the biggest hydrogen-driven centers in Europe, and they created hydrogen schools. Thanks to cooperation with them, we got access to this material, and we created the Polish version of High Schools Poland, and this is the first one in Poland. This is the online platform. This is the collection of knowledge about hydrogen. At the moment there are 11 lessons which includes the history of hydrogen transport, economy, legal and political aspects, which are very important at the moment in our country. And these are materials to be used by passionate teachers or people who want to find out about hydrogen. These materials will be available online for to be collected online free of charge. We have partners who helped us in translation, in validation of this material. So this is very attractive material which was directed to this target group who use internet, and this is the basic elements. So we are here just finishing this point places where this knowledge concerning knowledge about the hydrogen can be available, because we do not know what hydrogen is about. And we think that this is something that we should work on, so we are happy that there are meetings like today that we can talk about it. I have to advertise the Agency for Industry Development. We had one strategic notion. This is H2 Poland EU, which is the portal which popularizes hydrogen technologies, because obviously there is a hydrogen world as well. But I just wanted to say, because this is the effect of our annual work, which concentrated the people, the word of education, building education, the strategic objectives, and within these objectives we wanted to create a portal. Why do I want to boast about it? Because the Polish hydrogen agreement in the same year we signed the agreement, and within 3 months a portal was created, a portal which is used for exchanging experience. So I would like to invite everybody to be involved in building this portal. So from my side, this is also the possibility to say how important it is to build this awareness, how important it is to have digital marketing, so that we can put all this experience and information not only in by Facebook and LinkedIn, but also platforms. So if we talk about the V8s and interesting technologies that appear on the world, and we have to talk about them. So this is the question. It's not the question if, but this is the question that this is here and now, and we have to start and compete with others, and and we can say that Poland is very entrepreneur-oriented. I am very happy to be a moderator of such an important panel, because this moderating should take place here and now. We are talking about the digitalization, the Industry 4.0, about the automation. We also talk about the content. We know that in the digital content, all the fake news and safety is a very important aspect. So we have to care for reliability of the data so that we do not disseminate untrue information. So I'm very happy that we have such a good discussion. One more important thing that I wanted to add here. So being the operating director for Education VA team, organizing this event that is the National Championship of Mechanics. I am a broker of innovations in Bydgoszcz University, named after Kazimierz Wielki. So when I have the access to this knowledge, when you have this knowledge which is not an official one, there is one basic shortage that we should supplement. We need knowledge about the fact that the scientists in their drawers have some designs that may be connected with hydrogen technology. And when at my university I speak to some scientists, I got to a person who 7 years ago they published a home experiment to get information how to get hydrogen. We don't know what kind of knowledge we have from the passionates. And all these events, I just say that the passion, following passion, is just the best way to get people who can be most interesting on the market, because the scientists, they are very modest when they offer information about the knowledge that they manage to do it, because they know that this is the question of the knowledge and everything. So this is a very interesting space for hydrogen technologies, which you have to measure, you have to support these scientists. As Chris mentioned, that he's got some base of people who have the knowledge and they do only this, and they could create this information center where they could be checking whether this idea can be introduced, maybe starting from the idea to the industry. So the innovative thinking and introduction into the industry. It's very often that people come up with something, but they don't understand how they can use this. So I would like to invite you to get connected to the hydrogen valleys, and I have the pleasure to be the coordinator for education there. It's a low emission or zero emission economy, because within this sectoral agreement I had the pleasure to talk about it. I have the best scientists who talk about the hydrogen in a very energetic way, who talk about it in a very open way. They trust that they don't have to be afraid that I will somehow I will talk about this idea and they will lose control over it. To be honest with you, the example of cluster of Mazowiecki Hydrogen Valley is a project where we hope that we will be able to meet the interests of all the parties, and the scientists say, okay, you go to one table, you have to get connected to that, create a consortium, let's apply for the funds, and let's try not to cannibalize just using this funds. So I hope that there will be a lot of hydrogen valleys, and they can be responsible as the innovation so that we can apply to National Center for Research and Development or National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. So apart from that, what you've mentioned, we really have a situation whereby we have great technologies which are hidden somewhere, and we should help the scientists and give them the green light to do it. Recently there have been two interesting panels which get us closer to exchange of knowledge. Both of them were executed by the Polish Agency for Entrepreneurship Development. This was Smart Panel and Smart Lab to use the Polish potential in order to check what kind of funds we need, how much these technologies are advanced, and to make sure that they see the daylight. So looking at all your opinions regarding higher interest, higher trust, so that together we can achieve more. I'm happy that we have this discussion because we have the representatives from all the organizations which is supporting these issues when we talk about the development of these hydrogen technologies. And I just would like to say the next quotation. I'm sorry for my quotations, but I just wanted to say, I don't know whether you know, unfortunately, Steve Jobs, who has not died, the ones who are crazy enough to change the world are the ones who do change the world. So I hope that this being crazy and to change this world will make us closer for the wind and sun to be the ones who will give the only good energy of people, sun and wind, and we'll be able to breathe with this clean air, and so that our children will live on the planet of Earth and don't look for other planets. I'm sorry. I will have to disconnect, but I just wanted to say Steve Jobs also said. Don't tell me what others expect. I will tell you what they expect. So just waiting for people to what they will need is very bad. So as the colleague said, so we create manuals, we create knowledge. A person has got the knowledge to it. So let's just create the need to get to know with this. So we would like to invite you to the idea to check what people learned, and this is a very interesting access to life, and I am really very happy that I had an opportunity to get connected with you today, and I do hope that some of people who are here listen to you, so you became even more popular and our mutual panel became even more popular. So thank you very much for the meeting. Przemek, thank you. Without you, this panel would not be so powerful and so energetic the energy that you always give us. So thank you for being with us. Okay, now we have to scream validation. Paulina Brzezicka, I would like to welcome you, European Investment Bank. Thank you very much. I just would like to sum up our dynamic discussion. 1 minute for each of you. How do you see it? Will these HR for the industry be on the market, and in the long run, obviously with our activities, with our formal, informal issues, how can we help our entrepreneurs and our schools to be able to go about this hydrogen? I'm deeply convinced that the education system and the schools are ready to accept these challenges. Business has got its expectations and some parameters assigned to them, and here this would be the effect given. So we just say that for us a big experiment would be to address COVID pandemic, and which stopped many things, and we had to organize training courses abroad, and we did it. And we were in various places where we couldn't show live, and we showed technology solutions. There was communication and traveling alongside various construction sites. So this is the recommendation, that everything can be done, that each need can be we can find a solution to each need, but we have to do it. So the whole hydrogen value chain was discussed. I must say that, and referring to the previous interventions, government, local government, National Fund for Environmental Protection, and water management, a center for research and development. This is everything which is very important and must be connected with business, because business, this is our sign, main sign, and the hydrogen valleys, as colleagues said, Wielkopolska is very good material. I just would like to congratulate you on your initiative. And there is a very big responsibility on self-governments, on local governments. I would like to encourage everybody to actively participate in the whole process, in creating education and connection with business and climate expectancies which are in front of us. I think that when we talk about the knowledge, as Chris mentioned, and knowledge base, when we talk about the automotive industry, we have a lot of things which are connecting modern technologies, and we can talk about the DRICE project. And here it is just about to be finished. So here we identify competencies gaps, to which special online courses were adjusted, where participants not only can get the knowledge, but they can also go to the checking the knowledge and verification of the knowledge that they acquired. I think that given the technology development, we are ready for this solution. We have to look at it not from today's perspective, but from tomorrow or in the future. Because if some time ago we said that the PVs, there would be these big farms from which we'll get green energy to the network, it turned out that micro installations in Poland are more and more popular, and you have to call to any service provider with this micro installation. So here is the topics that they are short of time, they cannot do it. This is the political aspect, because this is the end of the summary of the panel, but probably it will be similar with hydrogen storages in some time.
And I will agree that we have a well-prepared economic staffing in terms of the R&D aspect, but soon we'll have to implement it. Unfortunately, at the stage of implementation, and at the stage of implementation, I guess that's the stage to prepare to convey not only knowledge and experience and skills. And this will be trickier because we don't have the infrastructure developed. And if today we are arguing on whether there's gonna be funding for developing business around hydrogen technologies, this is one aspect. I would also argue whether today we can ensure funding to support skills to develop hydrogen-based technologies, because business can go around the implementation business, but we can we have prime examples in the automotive industry that have taken over the area of enhancing the skills and competences of their staff, but they're doing it in a certain business model, and it pays off to them. Let's also consider that not only large companies will be leading in terms of implementing and using the hydrogen technology, but in the Polish economy we have a vast proportion of small and medium-sized companies. So this support has to take place, and I think that we should also run a long discussion panel involving those to benefit and share the benefits. I think it would be the best summary would be stakeholder networking, because that's the conclusion stemming from all the interventions, and this stakeholders networking that is supposed to be used as a certain platform, not just for discussion, for drawing conclusions and for implementations. And various institutions such as the Polish Development Fund, the Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, for Polish Agency for Investment and Trade are aware of some things, and they know that certain things have been done, but they know that there's been some consequences, and those consequences should be tackled by the entities generated for that. For instance, clusters or hydrogen valleys. And in terms of stakeholder networking, you need to stress the link between business and education, and also as said by Premek Müller about cooperation and science and R&D. So also whatever is controlled by the National Center, the R&D Center. It's about NGOs, dissemination of knowledge and experience. Okay, and the last minute to Chris. Please use the mic. Unmute yourself. I don't want to disturb you, so I switched off the mic. I have a saying that we stand in terms of hydrogen where the batteries used to be 10 years ago. It's the same path. 10 years ago, the person who had the first Tesla in Poznan had to go to Berlin to charge it because there were no chargers in Poland. 10 years later, in Poznan, chargers are at every Lidl store. So the infrastructure to be developed, I know it's gonna evolve. It will also involve changes determining the perception of the entire technology. It's worth taking a look at this, because we should actually take a look at this to develop a competitive edge in the market. I think the example of batteries shows that Polish staff are very well skilled. We have the best LG battery plants in Poland, with a huge host of prime Polish specialists. So it would make sense to provide development options also for great specialists, great staff in terms of hydrogen industry, and I believe this is the time to start dealing with it. Start doing it. So let's not oversleep, let's cooperate with each other, let's provide us with an opportunity to make our country one of the hydrogen leaders in Europe and globally. So that's the point, that Polish entities should be established, grouping Polish experts and specialists that you're meeting. That's a dream. That would be the best thing. But let's do it on a step-by-step basis. First, we have to start working to be able to reap fruit in a couple of years. But notwithstanding, we're at the beginning of the word. We've been delayed. Only recently have intense activities connected with hydrogen implementations been done, maybe owing to the funding that has appeared on the horizon. But this is the time for us, and it makes sense to take advantage of it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the nice and interesting discussion, for the energy contributed to this panel. I hope you have you'll be crossing our fingers, keeping our fingers crossed for everyone, for the hydrogen-based economy to develop, and I hope to see you in the next panel to discuss the interesting areas that have been diagnosed here. Thanks everyone.
Chcesz
Thank you.
postawić pierwszy krok na zagranicznych rynkach? Planujesz rozwój swojej firmy? Wierzysz, że twój produkt może podbić świat? Eksperci PAIH z różnych części świata pomogą zrealizować twój biznesowy plan. Eksport, inwestycje, partnerstwo.
Ci, którzy są wystarczająco szaleni, by myśleć, że zmienią świat, są tymi, którzy go zmieniają. Steve Jobs. Zmieniaj świat razem z nami. Poznaj nowy wymiar sprzedaży w internecie, nowoczesny sposób prezentowania produktów, usług i biznesu. Poznaj MetaJar. Nowoczesną i fotorealistyczną wirtualną przestrzeń, przenoszącą Twój biznes i klientów w nowy wymiar handlu w internecie. MetaJar to innowacyjne rozwiązanie dające możliwość znacznego obniżenia kosztów wejścia do wirtualnego świata biznesu, szybkiego i intuicyjnego wystawiania oraz zamawiania produktów w przestrzeni 3D, tworzenia tematycznych i branżowych grup biznesowych, tworzenia i udziału w wirtualnych targach na całym świecie, komunikowania się poprzez czat, wideo oraz głos. Twórz z nami nowoczesną i niczym nieograniczoną przestrzeń biznesową. Odkryj MetaJar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next interesting panel of the virtual hydrogen fairs of the Polish Agency for Investment and Trade. We just had an opportunity to listen to an interesting debate on human resources and the future to be shaped for new generations of employees as well as entrepreneurs who will be developing an open hydrogen-based economy. However, all the activities discussed so far in the panels require energy in the form of funding. And it's exactly funding, or that will be discussed now in the panel entitled Financing the Hydrogen Economy, Countries, Local Governments and Companies. I'd like to present to you the moderator, Szymon Płonski, an expert of the Analysis and Strategy Office, Industrial Development Agency. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel. By way of introduction, it turns out that an efficient accomplishment of such deals as Fit for 55, the Paris deal, will require a new approach to funding energy-related investments. Today's decarbonization pressure, one of the elements of which is the ETS system, means that we can observe changes to the so far business models. We can see the greening of the large company strategies, and this involves investments into changing energy mixes of entities and the right strategic planning. Today, the great change dynamics, high costs of zero emissions technologies, and the goal at achieving the zero emissions economy will require for us to reach for external funding, and this is supposed to be aided by, among others, by EU funds, programs, and preferential debt funding. All in all, as per the EC, European Commission's estimates, 1 trillion euro is supposed to be appropriated by 2030 as part of a Green Deal. Over 500 billion are supposed to be appropriated from the budget. Then two other funds, modernization structural funds, European cohesion funds, and the European regional development funds, another 250 billion euro, and the just transformation 100 billion euro. Next funds are to be generated by the stimulated PPP investments as well as national structural funds. The next mechanism of funding hydrogen investments is supposed to be CF2, Connecting Energy Facility mechanism, to fund 30 to 50% of the capex from investing into new energy technologies. So it also makes sense to pay attention to the decarbonization support mechanism, or you can see the guidelines and on the support on protecting the climate, CAG. And the last instrument that I'd like to draw attention to, I'm sure there are many other such instruments, will be the funding instruments from the equity market of investment capital market. These are green bonds combined with the system of verification to counteract the greenwashing effect known from the oil and gas industry. In 2019, certified and in terms of certified and non-certified green bonds, 259 billion funds have been appropriated to investments. So, by way of this introduction, I'd like to welcome our panels, participants of the panel. I'd like to welcome Ms. Paulina Brzezicka, Innovation Center Advisor from the European Investment Bank. Paulina should be with us online. Hello, yes, I am. May I ask you to for the camera to be unblocked, because I believe the administrator has blocked me. I think you should do it on your own. That's the information I have. Good afternoon. Yes, indeed. Hello, Paulina Brzezicka, Innovation Finance Advisor, European Investment Bank. I deal, among others, with hydrogen technologies as well as other technologies supporting the passage to the new Green Deal. And let me perhaps share some other observations on the problems with funding hydrogen-based technologies. Hello. Also welcome to Wojciech Hahn, President of the Management Board, Bank Ochrony Środowiska S.A., and also the Mr. Adam Michalski, National Fund for National Protection, represented by Mr. Dobrzenko, the Director. Also Mr. Grzegorz Pawelec, Intelligence Director for Hydrogen Europe. Hello. The next person to welcome is Mr. Adam Zielewczyk, Head of the Strategic Initiatives Office of the Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego S.A. Hello. And also Professor Tomasz Kackowski, Managing Director for Strategic Development at the Industrial Development Industry S.A. Hello. We have 3 series of questions. Please stick your time frames. Each question is assigned 5 minutes to address, and I'll be assertive in disciplining you to keep the time. The first question goes to Ms. Paulina Brzeziska, how does European Investment Bank join in the funding of hydrogen-based economy? Which instruments can be used by Polish managers who wish to develop the production of green or blue hydrogen in Poland? Does EIB have appropriate funds for funding hydrogen valleys? Can we also fund the purchase of alkaline or other electrolyzers? Supposing some of the entrepreneurs would like to develop such initiatives locally in Poland. Paulina, are you with us? Yes, I am. Can you see my slides? No. Grzegorz is prompting, we can. Frankly speaking, personally, I cannot, but I hope that our listeners and the people on the panel can. Okay, I think I can also do it without any slides. The European Investment Bank is, first of all, the European Bank for the Climate. So as part of supporting the climate, we have very ambitious goals. Among others, by 2030, the bank will be supported 1 quadrillion in investments to support the climate. As part of this, we're obviously investing already in green hydrogen, and we have supported projects worth €2 billion, and we have another €1 billion in the pipeline. As regards the funds available, first of all, at this moment, we have 2 programs in a energy demo project. This is a special program for the projects that have innovative solutions for energy, for power generation, and the other is, we're talking about €7.5 million upwards. We're also supporting various technologies for transport, and as part of it, also hydrogen-based technologies. I'd like to mention at this moment that recently another program was launched by the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, and yesterday was the deadline to submit queries or applications for funding. And here we also cooperate with European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, and all the members could apply for funding. This mostly relates to electrolyzers, hydrogen production in Europe, and the European Investment Bank will be very active in supporting the projects in terms of advisory services, as well as hopefully providing funding. All right. Is any of the instruments provided by you meant for the funding of technology transfer? Is there anything that could be prompted to our entrepreneurs in Poland? What do you mean by technology transfer? Supposing we wanted to buy the PEM electrolyzer technology and we wanted to launch production in Poland. Generally, the EIB funds CapEx and R&D. So when it comes to CapEx, we're talking about all sorts of production, construction of the production-related infrastructure, as well as technology development. So definitely, yes. If we are talking about using any technologies to produce hydrogen based on such technology in Poland, yes, it would be feasible. Okay, Are there any special funds envisaged for hydrogen valleys? Anything to mention in that realm? There is no specific program in place for hydrogen valleys. As I mentioned, we only have these 3 programs, and I believe that currently a great number of people in the bank are thinking about new programs to be launched. We are facing various huge plans from the European Commission, from the regulators when it comes to hydrogen production in Europe. You know, the targets envisaged for 2030. Now the target as part of the Rail Power initiative that was published on March the 8th has been doubled. That's why, well, fortunately or unfortunately, we'll need a large scale of financial instruments, and the European Investment Bank, as part of our policy, energy support policy, will also be offering appropriate funding. Okay, thank you. Now the question goes to Mr. Wojciech Hahn. How does BOS intend to fund hydrogen projects, for instance, HRS, pipelines, or storage facilities? Are there any specific facilities dedicated for the SMEs as well as local governments? Thank you very much for this question and for inviting me to this very exciting panel. I'll try to address it into bullets. Firstly, the BOS, as the greenest bank in Poland, is capable of funding hydrogen projects today. We are looking into such projects, and as the saying goes, often quoted by me, not only me, it's not that we suffer from a lack of money. Well, we heard from the European Investment Bank that by no means is the lack of money what EIB is suffering from. We are suffering from a lack of lack of good projects that could be funded, and that indeed today provide reliable cash flow to be able to provide debt funding. Hence, the necessary demand for funding in the form of non-refundable means like grants. Since we are at the beginning of the technological path connected with hydrogen, and I'm sure that people connected with science who talk at length about projects being ready, but it's a different thing to have a project on the designer's desk rather than having a project ready for commercial use. The second bullet, having said that we are taking a look at specific hydrogen projects, well, the usual suspects list encompasses both public transport, where we're looking into solutions and possibilities of funding. For instance, in terms of hydrogen charging grid in municipalities, as well as the broadly understood power gen and district heating sector. We're also looking at projects that are trying to go around the notorious bottlenecks in terms of connection of wind farms and PV farms. If supposing we have a combination of an electrolyzer generating hydrogen, and owing to this, hydrogen can be used as green hydrogen. For instance, for district heating purposes, then it's a very interesting idea, and we are looking at such ideas. And the third bullet is that currently we don't have a specific product to fund hydrogen, but together with the National Fund for Environmental Protection present here, I can only declare that we are working, and we are very much interested in cooperation in terms of dedicated products. They need to have the grant component or subsidy component, and by they should also contain a loan component. And the product to have the appropriate mix will be successful depending on the technological advancement. So that would be it for a start. Thank you very much. Let's now pass on to Director Dovzhenko from the National Fund for Environmental Protection, and let's ask a question corresponding to the third bullet mentioned by the previous speaker. How does NFOS fund hydrogen projects, and who is the money addressed at? Thank you very much for the invitation also. It just so happens that we had a discussion in a very similar group of people in Gdansk, and the topic was also very similar. So perhaps indeed it's not the lack of funds that would hamper the development of hydrogen-based economy. We, as the National Fund, last year especially, performed a number of reconnaissance activities, checking the preparedness of the market to apply for funds in this respect. One of the activities was launching a pilot application in the new as part of the new energy program for the generation, storage, transport, and use of hydrogen. And there were several projects submitted, as it's usually the case. These have been large, small, and medium-sized entities who approach their projects in various ways, mostly optimistically when it comes to their readiness. Let me remind you that we don't fund R&D projects at a very early stage. Rather than that, we fund industrial implementation projects. We support them on preferential basis. However, most of the funding is a refundable instrument on preferential terms and conditions. However, the requirements are as for a ready-made commercial project, which, owing to the fact that it's invested into a new or novel technology, obtains this funding, the funding on a preferential basis vis-a-vis the market. And what we said, among others, what the previous speaker said in Gdansk, the problem is about the project bankability, and the readiness can be different. Even various substantive assumptions can be well evaluated by us, and it looks like those projects who are well prepared and planned, and it looks like the entity is well prepared for the implementation. However, the problem is that it can either not provide funding for such a project because it's a relatively young player in the market, and obtaining such funding can be a challenge in the market. So that's the role for us. Or this preparedness can be evaluated in too optimistic a way, and given some in-depth analyses of projects, the companies can give up. Basically, we've had such examples where very nice projects seemed not to be prepared enough to finalize the process in a successful way. At stage 2 or 3, there seem to be gaps and areas to improve. So probably those companies will be back with improved areas to us. So it can be very different, and funds are the basic active source for hydrogen, hydrogen-based projects. This is the new energy projects launched last March. The next application rounds are envisaged in Q2 this year. As for other mechanisms, shall I say, including some hydrogen solutions, is the well-known green public transport program, very well known to local governments, with a bundle of solutions directed at local government controlled transport companies aimed at the purchase of H buses. These are pretty simple solutions from our point of view on highly preferential conditions, so there is no problem applying for such funds. The newly launched accompanying support from us is a program dedicated to charging station as well as hydrogen filling stations. Well, there's no transport without filling stations. Here you can see the situation is slightly different because these are issues connected with filling. The issues connected with filling stations are not that uniform or standardized as the production of buses. My colleagues from the department next door are tackling that problem, and we're looking forward to the launch of a dedicated tool dedicated to modern hydrogen technologies. The program has a working name of Economy Hydrogenation Program, which should be funded from the national Forward Future Next Generation Program or a National Rebound Program worth 800 million euro. This program will be targeted in 3 directions: for market solutions without any special constraints regarding the previously conducted R&D projects. This is the condition contained in the new energy program. The next direction will be large or very large projects identified within the IPCA project. Let me remind you that many large entities, well, various entities, large, medium-sized, private and public companies and state-owned companies were part of this, and there seems to be still 6 projects in the pipeline.
Very big budgets. We have projects which are planned for many years, but here we could have it could be done within the national reconstruction plan, and it would be financed from this program of hydrogenization of the economy. It would be done from this support as well. And the third area that we cooperate as well, this is just the support for finishing off research and development, which is aimed at finishing the transportation things. So we would like to finish this with this program. The future belongs to the commercial financing, and we are somewhere between R&D and financial and commercial financing should find our place. We will go into the European perspective. So, question to Director Pavelec. In March, we had hydrogenation about the hydrogen project financing within the Horizon 2022. Polish managers, what kind of financing instruments they should draw their attention to in Europe? Thank you for the invitation. There are 40 or 49 contests. 10 or 15 concerns hydrogen generation. This is about transportation and storage of hydrogen, and also application of hydrogen in transport, in heating, district heating, or filling with hydrogen. And we try to address projects at various area of technological development. So it's not only the topics, but some areas concern projects at the very low progress. So if we want to see the gap and direct it into the R&D issues, it's difficult to answer the question definitely, because it depends on what kind of technologies somebody is dealing with. You can direct yourself to appropriate contests, because there are 41 contests. The total budget is about 300 million euros, so maybe it's not huge projects. If somebody has got 4 gigawatts, so this is not this instrument. So here we talk about this small projects. There should be some kind of R&D aspect included. But if I were to say 3 contests that, in my opinion, from the national perspective would be interesting, one would be concerning hydrogen generation from offshore energy sources. We know that our wind farms, offshore projects, are at the stage that they started construction, so now this is the design phase, so maybe some element of offshore hydrogen generation is included, and maybe obviously it will not finance the whole farm because this is not the scale of investment. But maybe we could put a small component for R&D of green hydrogen on offshore. So here I just would like to encourage the companies which plan building these wind farms to get interested in this topic and think about talk to the companies that have this type of technologies. The second and the third area, this is the contest of connected with the hydrogen valleys. Two, one for smaller, the other one for a bigger hydrogen valley. I don't know how much we are ready for the bigger one, because this must be about 5,000 tons consumption. And this is quite a big scale. So if you calculate it into the electrolyzers, it would be about 30 megawatts all the year round. If it is connected with PVs, you have to multiply it times 3, so you have over 100 megawatts. It's quite a big one, so I don't know whether the concept of hydrogen valley is ready in Poland to execute this. But there are some valleys, hydrogen valleys, that use about 500 tons, so 10 times smaller than what I said. And this seems to me to be a very interesting project. Taking into account previous panels, it has already been mentioned. Tomorrow there is inauguration, opening of Mazovia Hydrogen Valley, I know that agency for industry development is going to participate in it as well. The question of preparing the application, and given that this is going to happen in September, this is a challenge, especially that as each consortium, there must be 3 different entities from 3 different European countries, EU countries. So this is a logistics and EU challenge to build this. But if I was to show one contest, which would be interesting one, this would be the one that I would point my attention to. So if I can ask about the question connected with, since you measure current production of green hydrogen in Poland, according to your data, if the whole Poland is regarded as hydrogen valley, would we be able to take the part in this contest of a bigger one? Today not. What we measure today, well, I don't know whether we have a megawatt project. I know that in Konin there are 5 megawatt electrolyzer plant. They won the contest on the small scale, and this is a project. This is the closest to be executed. So what has been done so far? The answer is no, but I think this is not an obstacle, because the fact that it has not been done so far, it's not the question that we don't know how to do it in Poland, but this is the question of an idea and finding the client, because to produce hydrogen is not a problem. RES is we have the putting the electrolyzers. It's not a big problem. The key to have this project for this project to be successful is to find the client to get the green hydrogen. I think that the road is open for this, open to this, and what we see in our project is the question of the client. So maybe I just would like to address it to maybe not the entrepreneurs but the regulators. At the European and Polish level, we are missing directives, the targets, the regulations for Fit for 55. It's being created. We don't know what are the requirements for the green, for the hydrogen to be regarded as green one. And people may not be interested in buying it, because it may well turn out that in 2 years' time it will not be green anymore. So this is also a problem. So I don't know whether I answered the question, but as I say, so we can do it in spite of the fact that we haven't been successful so far. Thank you very much for your answer. We will come back to the off-taker topic, but now to the national level, and the question to Director Żeleznik. BGK has got the most holistic approach. So water, coal, and hydrogen. So these are 3 parts of the development. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for the invitation, because this is really worth talking in this group about solutions that may be beneficial for Poland and for our climate and for future generations. 3W idea. This is from the Polish words hydrogen, water, and coal. these free resources are key for us and will be very important for the humanity in the years to come. But what is important, coal may sound strange in this context because we talk about the green transformation, about limitation of CO2 emission, and why do we talk about carbon? So here we talk about the nanotechnologies and atomic coal. So we are talking about the component, not the coal as fossil fuel. It may be used to reduce emission, and if we add catalyzers that have the nanopipes, they can reduce in a conventional way, reduce emission or fuel or coal consumption in the power sector. But just for the introduction, I just want to say that this is not a call for power application, but it's alternative modern solution. Why these three key elements? Because they might think that they are not connected. When we talk about the electrolysis, we can say that water and hydrogen are interconnected. That's fact. But where is the place for coal here? Modern coal technologies work at the very beginning. So for electrolysis you need to have appropriate parameters of water. It's not tap water, it's not river water. It must be profiled from the chemical way so that this electrolysis functions well. So here we use graphene technologies which filter water down to the parameters which are required for electrolysis. Electrolysis technologies can get the coal elements, and here the energy generation and transmission. We do realize that there is a big challenge. The hydrogen revolution, this is a big challenge, and some things seem to be impossible. So when we, or they might seem that they are ineffective from the cost point of view. And if we talk about the development and the scale, all these technologies will become possible to be implemented. So if we talk about the energy from these electrolyzers, we can imagine the transmission networks that will not be connected from copper, but they use the coal-based technologies which have very much better transmission parameters. So it's much better from the cables point of view. It will be much lighter. Why do I talk about it? Because really these connections and these synergies are numerous, and the more we go into the details, the more connections we can see. And going to the fact how we could possibly use this idea of 3W, so coal, water and hydrogen. So here there are some mechanisms, supporting mechanism which is dedicated to various areas. So here we represent
Ci, którzy
water
są
area.
wystarczająco szaleni, by myśleć, że
Yes, I guess somebody had something interesting to say. But the aspects of water protection are widely addressed in the National Fund for Environmental Protection. And this is where special means are dedicated for water. So they are just around the corner, because at the bigger scale they have not been started. We are going to make sure that these hydrogen technologies are available, and to combine everything, combine all the instruments. This is a very important financing area of all the investments in the development part or energy transformation. And that is why we can talk about this 3W idea. So our consequence of thinking about this synergy is to think about the preparation and financing of this type of ventures. You also mentioned the division, the breakdown into big and small projects, even the projects at the R&D and startup level. This is not a mystery that it's not a secret that big structural projects are financed in a completely different way. You need to have a big effort and to approach it as a consortium, and all the players have to do this. So we are ready for it, because in our history we see that there are big investments in power sector like coal and gas. We have to get into the ideas which we use. Obviously, we have to look at it in a critical way, because there were some projects where we're supposed to give say safety of financing. So analyzing that experience, we could just create new possibilities to finance hydrogen transformation. But if we talk about financing small ventures, which are the startup ones, and have the biggest potential, this is the most difficult thing, because there is quite a lot to be done for the BGK, so the National Economy Bank. So they have to create a good climate for working in the areas which are underfinanced or omitted by commercial banks or by the investors, generally speaking. We have some instruments which are available to this area to develop this hydrogen revolution that we will be able to say a few words about. We go to Professor Tomasz Gatkowski from the Agency for Industrial Development, both in hydrogen strategy and hydrogen agreement. There are some questions of the hydrogen production, generation, storage, also IHRSs. This is the question, or the price should drop down of the technology, should go down, and then we have very better price for the hydrogen. On the other hand, we know that there are quite a lot of financing challenges we call it capital gap. So what does this capital gap mean when we talk about the financial instruments? Well, quite a big sentence, but fortunately former speakers touched upon some of these issues. I just would like to refer to what the last speaker said. We have to be aware of one thing. This is the first time in the human race we decide to change sources which are stable and cheap into the sources which are unstable and more expensive, where the energy would be the dream. Obviously, partly we can say that we have greenflation. That means that we can pay more for the fact that our dream about a clean planet to make it happen. So this is one very basic assumption, but fortunately humanity did have this type of challenges. So for instance, I remember the electrification of Manhattan in 1882, Edison, when he made it. After 50 years, only 10% of households outside cities had electricity. Franco Delano Roosevelt created the agency, and from 1935 it was 90% of electrification. Ronald Reagan, in the presidential debate, and they are classical ones, lectures at the universities, they say, okay, many advisors say that, okay, the US will be independent from the energy point of view. There is a possibility of getting the the shale gas from the sea, then obviously what is he talking about? It was just 15 years needed to do that.
It was a matter of Wall Street and also some grants, but generally it shows that they were able to achieve it. So, generally speaking, we're not in the worst place, and we would like for projects to be safe, bankable, collateralized, and disclose positive cash flows in year 5, and would be closed within the 7th year, actually third one. Because now we're at the moment of restriction, so we are less and less patient. We want to get the money back as soon as possible, but let's face it, not everything at a time. And one thing that I'd like to draw attention to, in December I read this interview with Marco at Alvaro on Bloomberg. That's like the Italian gas system, helping us a lot, I think, with the Baltic pipe, I think. And he said this nice thing that everything we need as of today is certification, especially for blue hydrogen, owing to which we will be able to build the hydrogen market in the first place. But like Jago says, if we don't know what is right and what is not, the golden rule to be brought by taxonomy, which is being redefined again vis-a-vis natural gas, and this blue hydrogen recertification could help us build deeper and broader hydrogen markets, and then we could have more stable off-takers. What sort of hydrogen we need? This 5.9 hydrogen for the automotive, or less so, less pure. And the other one was by the author of the hydrogen revolution. That's inertia and looking around. And this shows that without public money and such entities as BGK, the National Fund for Environmental Protection, or even my entity, the Agency for the Development of the Economy, which is the SOE. Let me remind you that after Lehman Brothers, it was state-owned entities that stimulated the economy, ensuring jobs before the market was back to normal and was ready to take responsibility. So this was like a cyclical activity of the economy. There's one more thing that Mr. Han paid attention to. Today, electricity is expensive. We need it. And to transfer electricity to hydrogen is like, well, someone says, why lose a little bit of the efficiency? Why transform it into hydrogen? Even if I can use it at a different place, different time, because the storage function is well known, but prices for the megawatt hour have to drop. Secondly, we're being aided by the spare capacity limitations, which is the place we'd be happy to build a PV farm or an offshore farm, and we know that the Polish grid system is not ready to connect us. So that's the moment where we could just add PEM electrolyzer, and not to lose some recipient who would be happy to take the whole of the hydrogen. So we're in for the mapping of such. So we, as the Industry Development Agency, we also manage special economic zones. Our investors ask us, we know we are not an energy entity, but could you help us make it greener? Because our owners just question us. And one more thing to end with, almost finished. In 2051, there was this Green Swan conference of central bankers organized by BIS. That's the only entity to be able. The former PBOC, Madame Lagarde of EBC, the representative of the French central bank, no one from the German central bank, but also Jerome Powell from Fed. You can watch it on YouTube. You can watch the panel. And when asked what was part of the central bank mandate as of today? Ma'am Christine Lagarde says, no doubt, economic growth, job stability, price stability, especially today, but also we can recognize the green mandate. So when asked what it was about, they said that central banks should recognize the responsibility for reassuring energy transformation because it's highly costly and we need to transfer part of the costs to future generations. Jerome Powell was defensive from this. That's the Anglo-Saxon approach. He said we want to support it by our analysis, but to reassure bonds, that's not the case. Lagarde was very bold in this way, and also the head of PBOC. So, People Banks of China. So that's the way we perceive it. The question is how to standardize those projects, also in terms of certification. We know what we're playing. We know right off what is better and what is worse. Then the bankability of such projects, including patience that I can afford as a state-owned agency. I can even wait for 10 years. My tenure is longer because we receive money from our citizens to transform the future going forward in good faith the way they wish. So we need to address the question where the gaps are and how to cope with them. And one last thing for the end. We have a great instrument which is like the Tempomat. You have UTS as well as its younger brother, the British UKTS, which need to be highly correlated. Even then, there was this big spreads between the two systems. There was this arbitration of many financial institutions. It shows how much gas, natural gas and coal is worth, and how much it makes green ammonia bankable. Let me remind you that all the models derived from December 2021, even 2020, that quoted the price of green ammonia and green hydrogen, given the current natural gas prices and the CO2 emission prices. Now, it used to be 97 euro per ton, now it's almost 90. So it's a good idea to apply a differential contract, including those two factors. But this is, of course, homework for the regulator. It would help us as regulators or business institutions to find our way better. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now let's get back to the European investment prospect. And Paulina, perhaps in this context, we could answer it just a bit, because the question is about the barriers identifiable in the implementation of large projects at the EU level. You talk to various entities EU-wide. Does it correspond anyhow to what Professor Gackowski has said? And what does it look like with regard to those high-level talks at the EC level, EU level, or EIB level? Thank you very much. I think yes, by all means. It all does correspond to it, and many barriers that exist in the EU market have been already mentioned. If my slides are working, may I ask you to show slide 5 of my presentation? We have just finished such market research, and over the last couple of months, over the last year, I was part of the consultations of the hydrogen market. We had these talks involving 45 players, investors. It's my pleasure to see Mr. Pavelec also here, because we talked to him as part of the market analysis, and we'll be publishing most probably as early as this spring or early summer a report on market observations regarding the barriers. to the development of the hydrogen market. Since the report has not been published, notwithstanding, I would like to wrap up the most important issues raised by the actors. Don't know if you can see my slides, so let me just talk without them. Let me start by saying we can see slide 5. That's great. What industrial and financial investors in hydrogen say. Okay, so just 2 slides. I won't be taking too much of your time. So this economic viability, indeed the profitability, is a barrier translating into all the other obstacles. And as mentioned in this panel, consists in both in the demand as well as the supply side. As regards supply, we have insufficient amounts of renewable energies. We have lack of standard. We're facing the not fully clear definitions, which means that hydrogen is still not produced on a large-scale basis. And in the media we can hear every day that there are new plans and ambitions, but as regards actual funding, out of all the colorful projects that have been announced in Europe, only 2% of the total production, only 2% are actually funded or have their funded insured. So the problem is both on the supply as well as the demand side. As regards supply, it's the green premium topic. On top of that, we have infrastructural gaps. If I may ask for the next slide, and let me wrap it up. So there are 2 main barriers in terms of the financial context. The first one is the economic viability and what solutions can be put forward here. I think all this has been mentioned today. For instance, certificates, differential contracts, or another mechanism to level off the price difference as well as the difference in regulation qualities. This is also a barrier of sorts, and the fact, as mentioned, that definitions keep changing, and it's also very important in this context that the entire chain would be involved, that it doesn't only relate to the infrastructure or the producer. In terms of hydrogen, we could be talking about cross-border projects involving many players, and any solutions should address the entire chain. The second item is the project risk and project funding risk. Also, off-takers have been mentioned today, and the main risk, given the scale of the project, is the off-take project. The off-take time, price, scale, volume, and indeed there are still no instruments, financial instruments, to fully address the problem of the project risk. So potential solutions, and the European Investment Bank is indeed working this way. The potential solution is to ensure guarantees. Supposing there's a guarantee taking over, or the risk from the bank, supposing the bank fails anyhow, the project fails anyhow. And since I mentioned the two, now that the presentation is working, may I ask you to show slide number 8? I mentioned two financial instruments which are available as of today, and even also hydrogen projects can be involved. These instruments, energy demo projects and future mobility, work based on EC guarantees, and owing to these guarantees, the European Investment Bank is capable of providing loans at a higher risk level than those that we'd be able to take on a normal basis. So I think this concludes my intervention. Thank you very much. That's a key number, I think. 2% of projects to which EU funding has been provided. So may I now ask a question of Mr. Wojciech Hahn, how to make up for it? I mean, we're not so far behind, but how can we catch up? Maybe we could join the forefront of these projects. And how can we achieve the bankability of Polish hydrogen projects? This question can be addressed in a very long or a very short period of time. Let me pick the second method. I'm waiting for an investor to arrive who will say, let me offer a premium for disconnecting them from the grid to the owners of PV farms or wind farms. So instead of connecting them to the grid, I'll be connecting them to electrolyzers producing hydrogen to be produced today rather than in 5 or 10 years to power hydrogen-based projects that we're talking about. This is the activity as of today. I'm waiting for such investor to appear, and we'll be happy to fund such a project as the bank, as BOS, Bank of Environmental Protection. But if I may just address a remark to the representatives of the other financial institutions, both BOS and BGK are institutions specifically established to provide guarantee mechanisms, which means to bridge the gap separating an uncollateralized project from bank funding, because the lack of guarantee or the presence of a guarantee can ensure a green bridge or build a green bridge as shown in the slide shown by Madam Director. So this is the second method to make hydrogen projects bankable.
So let's change the sequence and let's go to Director Żeleźnik and maybe a few words about mitigation of risks and assecuration or hedging of hydrogen projects and financing hydrogen projects. That would be a very nice connection with the previous intervention. Well, this is a broad topic. I would like to choose this short version and say 2 sentences about it, but really this is something which is very a long topic because we talk about various scales and sizes, various segments of this value chain of the hydrogen. It's not just the generation, this is transmission and distribution and storage, and it is connected with some external conditions. And it's difficult to create one universal solution for all the elements of the chain. This is a fact that guarantee instruments or other ways of transferring risk, because today the barrier for financing of this project, presuming that they are technologically ready and well prepared, would be the problem that commercial banks are not really willing to take the risk. This is connected with the cost of capital and all the things which are important for the commercial banks. Well, commercial and non-commercial as well. And now the question is, how can we encourage commercial banks to go into this type of financing? Here we could see the topic of rights to CO2 emission or certificates or other instruments or agreements that could be potential security or hedging of the cash flow. So the most important point is to ensure cash flow. Because if these projects if they do not perform, you do not sell the machines or you do not liquidate them, so they are bound to be successful, and they can be a problem for the financing institutions which invested in them, unless there are hedging instruments. And I would like to refer to the history a little bit, because maybe it's not ideal in the sense I want to talk about the long-term contracts which functioned in the power sector some time ago. Yes, really, this is the case. This is not an ideal example, because you could see a few people who could have justified doubts as to this type of support. But it made it possible for the commercial banks to finance this project, because this offtake was secured. And here, validation of these flows, which in financial model of such a project do exist, it's much easier. So in case this type of agreement exists. So if you have various character, they have a big importance at the generation level and the offtake of what's going on. But this is a different situation when we talk about the hydrogen fuel for transport, for passenger cars, where we have some similarities with the fuel market. It will be one of the fuels. Obviously, this is the question of investment, but here for these instruments we do have things. So we have CEF, CF2 instruments. So we just talk about this mechanism which gives the instrument which you don't have to return depending, it may be respectively 30 or 50% without necessity to pay it off. But I just would like to express openness for dialogue, because regulators must be involved in this to create legal changes in order to get the basis for big hydrogen projects. So BGK is the bank to propose different solutions, since this is the development bank that is it's in its mission has got to support the transformation, and we take on this type of actions, and we do this at the concept building level. The solutions that we will discuss at the legislative level, because obviously there must be legislative changes. They must be accepted by the group, interested group, and must give some support for to finance the projects. Thank you very much. So now let's extend this perspective by the European perspective. So now the question to Director Pavelec. How can we ensure financing? And let me put it in a different way. How big projects, infrastructural projects, are financed in Europe today? I want to say hydrogen backbone, but there are a few hundreds of billions envisaged for investments. Let's go down into the hydrogen valley, like Green Crane or High Net Waste Gate in the UK. I think these are two biggest European the hydrogen valleys in the hydrogen chain. So how do they organize financing today? Before I answer this question, a few things that I want to address. This 2% of the projects that today have got the financing, I think the situation is not that bad as this number suggests. This means that 5 years ago nobody thought about the projects. Then you have this hydrogen strategy, and then you have the scale which is increasing, and these big projects are not ready enough to do it. I think this 2%, if it's true, it's not that bad as the number suggests. So there are quite a few projects like that, and these are good projects. At least there are a lot of good projects. Not all of them are good, but obviously some of them are. One issue that I would like to touch upon, to look for investors to disconnecting from the network to produce hydrogen. This is an interesting idea, but again, you will not find today a situation because we do not have regulations which make it possible, or we have some possible. I mean here Directive Red 2, which make it impossible for hydrogen to be regarded as green. It must be produced from RES, so you cannot produce hydrogen from RES that functioned before electrolyzer. So it functioned for some years and then it was disconnected from the network. So now we solve the problem that we've created. Unfortunately, this is the case. So from my point of view, these regulations are not understandable. But the consequence is that hydrogen would not be green. But this is how it would be understood from the directive point of view. None of the entrepreneur which is, for instance, to replace 50% of hydrogen, if he used this type of hydrogen, it would not be qualified. So this depends on what kind of projects we solve and what kind of investors with what kind of products come up to the market. We just can say that disconnecting from the network of the farms that would allow to produce hydrogen would help to solve the bottleneck connected with the lack of connections to the network. So sometimes the subsidizing period was finished, and for them this is the chance to get the second life, and this road is close to them. It's strange. Sometimes maybe locally it's needed to maybe not transport for half of the country, but it's really not possible to do it in line with the directive. I do agree that this is the wrong idea, but in these projects are not really developed today. So when we talk about the infrastructure by itself, as it was mentioned, we have two key instruments which are based on the infrastructure. So here this is for the hydrogen pipelines, but also within this infrastructure definition, and electrolyzers above 100 megawatts, they are qualified to finance the network. So this is the connecting gas system with the electrical one. So this is the infrastructure that can be financed from this fund. The budget is quite nice. It's about 6 billion. for transport even more. The financing rate is quite nice, but the problem with some energy is that you need to be on the PCI list, which is not an easy process. This list is created once per 2 years. So the next one is in 2 years time. So if somebody has got an interesting project today that could be financed from this instrument, it could be a problem. Financing rate, this is 30% or even 80%, 85% in some countries. But there is also sometimes there is a problem that today the hydrogen market is at the stage where, without ensuring other chains, so production, generation, and sales or disposal, the market for using it, it's difficult to do this. So even if we do not have the subsidizing, sometimes there are hydrogen projects which are financed from the private capital. They include the whole value chain. So these are not projects that they want to build a station, that maybe there will be some cars coming up. These are the projects which have this financing as a whole. H2 mobility, which is financed in Switzerland. This is a project without any European financing. It is commercially viable. So we have the producers of green energies, operators of the stations, logistics companies. They use hydrogen cars, and all of them benefit from it. Everybody has got their margin on it, and it is profitable. There is a hook on it because this comes from the fact that there are very high taxes, and hydrogen propelled cars are exempted from this tax. So that is why they can share this margin. So the whole value chain have to be taken into account within this project, because otherwise they do not break even. The second project, ideal to be in Spain. When we talk about huge scale and we talk about the gigawatts of green hydrogen produced from PVs, and then there would be underground storages plant, and then would be used in for production of steel and production of ammonia. So there will be the joint purpose vehicle. So on the shareholder would be the Beria and AstraZeneca. So these off-takers who are going to use this hydrogen, and in the middle this is this infrastructure operator Enagas, so to build the pipeline and also the storages, and this part is financed on the commercial basis outside the project as an ordinary agreement for transmission of natural gas and storage of natural gas. So the key is that the hydrogen generators and off-takers are planned in this area for some years at a given price, because unless you have it, unfortunately, is a problem. And it results not resulting from the fact that it results from high financing. The capex in case of high hydrogen does not solve the problem. Even if it is 100% finance, it's too small, because in case of production costs, this levelized costs 70, 60, sometimes 80% costs. These are operating costs. And if there is a financial gap, even if it's small, unless we have a contract or any other way to cover the current gap during operating activities, even 100% subsidy will not be sufficient. And from this point of view, I would like to show to the experience of other project. This is the Hebri product. So this is the green steel in Sweden, which got the financing from Innovation Fund. This is a very interesting instrument that all the investors that would like to see the green hydrogen projects, and I think that this is the only instrument to be financed in the European area which will help not only to service capex but for 10 years can get the financing for the additional costs of the investment activity, so innovative area. So if we have €1 more expensive then the gray one, 60% of cost can be covered from this fund, and I think that this is the direction where these instruments can be taken advantage of, so that this project can continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, alluding to this, because we've exchanged, well, we talked about two off-takers being part of the Spanish project, first of all. And there we have the entire hydrogen value chain ensured. Now, I have a question to Professor Gackowski this time. Why is it so important to have an off-taker on board? Or let me put it differently, how do capital markets approach, or how should they approach hydrogen projects with regard to having a potential off-taker on board? Is it going to be a huge plus? I mean, I'm sure it will be. Thank you. Let me address that question in just a moment, but I'd like to address the legendary 2%, because in preparing for today's panel, I entered the Bloomberg terminal, and it turned out that from the hydrogen tracker database, as regards green hydrogen from electrolysis, or blue from CCU CCS, I generate 260 in Europe. One project was from Namibia, or it was more from the EMEA. And as regards the blue hydrogen, there were fewer projects, which is also an interesting sign, because Back for Good, the large American product, is very fond of blue hydrogen. We have 247 in the EMEA, and 223 out of those, one of them, they're also in Europe. Some of them attributable to the and in Poland, only one project from Lotos in Pomerania. So I would agree with Grzegorz that it's not that bad. There are more and more initiatives and more entities that are even capable of funding something. I'm even aware of one project that you have captured through green bonds, and it will be developing in that direction. Thank you very much, and we're waiting for more. We, as the Industry Development Agency, find this role very important, because if we think in terms of a hydrogen value, we are thinking, you might think, why our agency is even active in this? So we have both portfolio entities, but it's pure entity. It's Dow Jones. It's not Nasdaq. And mind you that we also have to work not only on the demand side, also on the supply side. We have to remember how to have the same generation capacities for the same amounts if we want to grow our GDP quicker. This is something to be taken into account. How much less you will use something, how much more effective you will be while maintaining your generation capacity. Let me give you some other examples from out of the European Union. Bausteel Group is one of the interesting examples. One of the steel manufacturers whose recent plant is 97% powered with hydrogen, the rest with natural gas. So it's the entire steel market that will be saying we want hydrogen. Also the ammonium market electromobility. When it comes to electromobility, I'm less of an enthusiast of mobile public transport. I'm rather thinking in terms of heavy duty or locomotives, trains in the non-electrified sections where hydrogen might do the trick. And we also issued a report on e-mobility and H-mobility, stating how hydrogen valleys might come in handy and how we might come in handy. But my point is that the off-taker is definitely necessary. But let me share one more thing. It would be great if we could expect to have a spot market for hydrogen or a contract market. Let me remind you that on CME, LME, I can buy supplies of oil with the caching with the unloading in the caching US in 5 or 6 years. Whereas I have some colleagues who would basically disbelieve that they would ever expect a shale gas that could be extracted. But well, maybe it's not like in the case of Saudi Arabia, where it's enough to stomp your feet to extract oil. But the proximity, the certainty, and secondly, developing hydrogen stations next to highly industrialized areas where you have special economic zones, industrial parks, where you can have the off-taker. But let's face it, that the local hydrogen markets, and let's face it, district heating is a very interesting off-taker. You can find them also. And we often have this Europe-centric perspective, but mind you that in the US, the flue gas industry is growing very strong. So basically, to capture 100% of flue gases and to utilize it, but and also use it in the cosmetic industry, food industry. And BGK is right in thinking of carbon in this respect, so it's worth mentioning. And to wrap up, I don't think I'll have an opportunity to say what this is on. I think we need to think about financial covenants to ensure. You have to realize that someone has to have the protection of what is collateralized, and secondly, what the financial covenant will look like throughout the investment lifetimes. So supposing someone promises that the debt coverage ratio does not drop below some region, and they pay heed to this, and they get a bonus for making this green, we have to end. So these elements are important and they need to be kept in mind. Thank you very much. Okay, one last question in this round of questions and we'll be wrapping up. I'm looking at Grzegorz. The question is for Director Dobrzenko. Can local governments be off-takers on the one hand, and on the other hand, do we have instruments in place as of today that can be offered to local governments, and can they be helped in obtaining funding? Well, okay, it's quite a specific question, although I wish I could address the previous speakers. Okay, we can change it. I just wanted to address the fact that we all agree that the requirements for the hydrogen market and the regulations are a base for planning anything in terms of technical standards, legal standards, anything. And then those projects will be predictable in the longer run. And secondly, something that was also mentioned probably is a mechanism. Well, that's a matter of ensuring risks for such projects. We have such a mechanism in place for exporters. Why not have something like that for the hydrogen economy? So that's in a nutshell. And coming back to the question you asked, well, obviously, local governments represent a major proportion of our economic reality. They perform numerous functions in economic or near economic terms. They also represent a significant share of our reality, and they should be taken into account. There are also such projects based on purely local governmental functions such as transport or district heating. Virtually last week, we talked about a very interesting project of an extended concept in terms of hydrogen solutions for transport related and district heating related project in the Subcarpathian region. Not to mention the town, but if the town gets back to us, for instance, with the feasibility study, we'll be able to continue the dialogue in a fruitful manner. As regards the offer targeted at local governments as of today, well, definitely there are some first signs for transport in terms of H buses and filling stations. We should also support district heating in this respect, because otherwise this long forgotten energy sector will be, or subsector will be subject to privatization, taken over the local monopolies owing to the lack of resources in the local governments. This is something to be taken into account, and we are actually working on this at the National Fund. And as for the offer for transport, it has been captured very quickly. I think we should take it into account and continue such mechanisms. And well, every place where local governments can be involved in hydrogen-based economy, this should be supported. Thank you. Thank you very much. So just to wrap up, because the time has passed in a nice way, and we've touched upon numerous interesting topics, and I'm sure that we have familiarized our listeners and viewers with many aspects of hydrogen-based economy. Thank you very much for your participation in today's panel and for the most interesting discussion. And I'd like to give the floor over to Grzegorz Gałczyński, who's today the moderator or host of the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, dear speakers, thank you very much for the most interesting debate. Also to all the speakers who have taken part in this highly original event, when 6 or 7 months ago the concept arose of organizing this trade show. We didn't know if there would still be the COVID restrictions. Well, no one expected an armed conflict. That's why we decided on the hybrid formula, which I think is battle proven. And this is confirmed by statistics that even though we only had 30 companies, but bold companies with their offer were visited by 1,500 people. As regards the final statistics, we'll be getting there, but as of today, the conference has been watched by 637 people, and the viewing time is very important because yesterday the average viewing time was 52 minutes, and today we have over 1 hour, which means that each and every panel has been watched and listened to through and through, from end to end. So the interest in this topic is very high. We've touched upon many interesting, valid topics: legal framework, European programs, national programs, to help us generate the right regulations. As we heard, that are at the forefront of everything. We should make sure that we involve as many people as possible in creating an open hydrogen-based economy. There were several items that I have jotted down, not only electrolyzers, not only hydrogen cells. We have outstanding scientists that create internal combustion engines. We cannot be only limited to the top of the top technologies. A very important element that has been touched upon, cooperation. Let's not just get limited to individual initiatives. Let's try to make groups that will be pursuing various projects. Let's renew the consortium funding ideas that are helping pursue projects on a global basis. In Poland, this is still a form that should be revisited, reanalyzed, and funded. Again, ladies and gentlemen, education. When it comes to education, which was also discussed today, we've heard very interesting interventions. We have the staff, we have grassroots initiatives, but it requires involvement. We have to get more involved, because given the scale of investments coming into our country, as well as internal investments, we will need very smart people, highly educated people. So we have huge tasks ahead. I've been getting news from throughout the country with questions whether this event will be repeated. I think we have laid foundations for a new brand, virtual hydrogen trade show or hydrogen fairs. I hope to see you again next year and verify the theses pronounced so far, and we'll lay foundations for the development of the national hydrogen-based economy. Thank you very much for your participation in this event. My name is Grzegorz Gałczyński and I have been your moderator. Thank you very much.
Chcesz postawić pierwszy krok na zagranicznych rynkach? Planujesz rozwój swojej firmy? Wierzysz, że twój produkt może podbić świat? Eksperci PAIH z różnych części świata pomogą zrealizować twój biznesowy plan. Eksport, inwestycje, partnerstwo.
Ci, którzy są wystarczająco szaleni, by myśleć, że zmienią świat, są tymi, którzy go zmieniają. Steve Jobs. Zmieniaj świat razem z nami. Poznaj nowy wymiar sprzedaży w internecie, nowoczesny sposób prezentowania produktów, usług i biznesu. Poznaj MetaJar. Nowoczesną i fotorealistyczną wirtualną przestrzeń, przenoszącą Twój biznes i klientów w nowy wymiar handlu w internecie. MetaJar to innowacyjne rozwiązanie dające możliwość znacznego obniżenia kosztów wejścia do wirtualnego świata biznesu, szybkiego i intuicyjnego wystawiania oraz zamawiania produktów w przestrzeni 3D, tworzenia tematycznych i branżowych grup biznesowych, tworzenia i udziału w wirtualnych targach na całym świecie, komunikowania się poprzez czat, wideo oraz głos. Twórz z nami nowoczesną i niczym nieograniczoną przestrzeń biznesową. Odkryj MetaJar.